And is the feed up and running? Thank you. Your worship, our virtual meeting is set. Over to you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, everyone. Welcome to tonight's council meeting. So we'll call the meeting to order, please. And Common Clerk, first item.
Your worship, the first item is 2.1 on your agenda, and it's the minutes of April the 20th.
So moved.
Thank you. Moved by the deputy, seconded by Councillor McKenzie. Thank you. On the question, okay, I'll call that vote. All those in favor? Anyone contrary minded? Okay, that is a unanimous vote. So for those not on camera, I think Councillor Armstrong, you're not, which is fine. But if you wish to speak or register a vote, you'll just let me know, please. Okay, thank you. And next item.
Your worship, item 3 on the agenda is the approval of the agenda, and there's also an addition for council to consider. That would be an email from Minister Carr.
Okay, sorry, Deputy, you are, Councillor Merrithew, go ahead first, please. Were you just making that motion?
No, I wasn't. I was wondering if there's an appetite for council. There are two motions by councillors here, 11.1 and 11.2. And 12.2, the sustainability plan, speaks to them very well. Is there an appetite to put 12.2 in front of 11.1, 11.2 by council?
So in other words, Councillor, just address the two motions after the sustainability report?
Absolutely. Absolutely address them. I just think there's so much in that report that goes to those motions that would be nice to have it in front of the motions if council's willing.
I would second that.
Okay, so the motion then is to accept the agenda as presented with the suggested change, seconded by Councillor Hickey, just in terms of the order and when those items would be addressed. Okay, anyone have any comment? Councillor Reardon? So just 1 second, Deputy, please. Councillor Reardon, go ahead. Did you have a question?
Yep. Yeah, I was going to ask if the two councillors who put the motions in would feel that would be appropriate. I mean, you put your motion in based on the number, it always goes in as a 12. So I don't know if they're comfortable with it. I probably would be.
Okay, I see. Okay, thank you, Councillor Reardon. Councillor Norton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not supportive of that. This is a discussion for me at a later time. When the letter was received, I'm happy to table that document and table it for a future meeting. Having it prior to the motions that have already been tabled, I'm not. But at the end of the day, that's a decision of council, just as the sponsor of the motion that I put on. And that business for me, that's not a discussion that I'm willing to have at this time. They are separate issues for me. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Councillor. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. So you want the order to stay as is, deal with the motions first, and then deal with the sustainability report?
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, Deputy? Did you have a comment?
Well, I can go either way on the understanding that we're not voting on the sustainability report until we've heard about the two motions. So if we go to 12.2 first, then there would be no vote on that. You'd have to go through that report and then go and listen to the two motions, because the two motions have to be voted on before we vote on the sustainability report. So I'm not sure. You'll have to explain how we would do that. When would the vote take place?
Right. Okay, thank you. City Manager, comment, please.
Your Worship, on the Deputy Mayor's specific question, it is our intent this evening with the sustainability plan to deal with each part of the plan in turn. So for example, for specifically the Deputy Mayor's motion on the heavy vehicle permits, at that point in time, her motion could be introduced as part of that. It need not wait till the end. And certainly, like I said, we're going to deal with this in bite-sized chunks throughout the evening. So her motion could be dealt with as soon as we have explained heavy vehicle permits.
Okay, well, I guess I could go along with that as long as we don't have an overall vote, because I think in a sustainability report, you want an overall vote on everything. So this would be taking my issue out of the sustainability plan. That's what part of my motion is. So I don't know how we do it if we discuss it through the sustainability plan. But as long as I have the opportunity to introduce my motion, and if I got a vote on it, then that means that would be out of the sustainability plan.
Right. So just to see, yeah, Councillor McKenzie, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy. Go ahead, Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Worship. It would seem to me that we would save a lot of time if there was something that we could vote on in one way or the other and be done with it and then move into the rest of the plan. We could skip by something, I don't see getting to that, going all the way through it and then having a vote. And it might be that we don't need to go all the way through it. That's all I'm saying. It's a time saver.
Okay, thank you. So just I want to try to summarize and either common clerk or city manager, we have a motion on the floor to change the order. And I think what I've just heard is that while that item is being discussed in the sustainability recommendations, it would be dealt with at that time. That's one option. That's what's on the floor. If that motion were defeated, then we would stick to the agenda order as presented. Did I summarize that properly, Common Clerk?
Your Worship, my only suggestion would be to maybe deal with it separately. Are we adding the minister's email? We don't want to make that contingent on the other recommendation from the councillor to reorder it. So we could take a vote just on whether to approve the addition of Minister Carr's email as one vote.
So we have a motion though on the floor, I believe, just procedurally. We have a motion on the floor to deal with these two councillors' motions after the sustainability report. I think, can we just address that first?
Your Worship, we can. My only suggestion is to address it separately from adding Minister Carr's email to the agenda.
Okay, so the first
So
item on the floor.
Moved? I can't move my hand.
Councillor Merrithew moved it and Councillor Hickey seconded it. And that would be to have these motions dealt with after, and we heard during the deliberations during the sustainability report. So is everyone clear on that piece? Okay, so I'll call that question then. All those in favor, please by show of hands, 1, 2, 3, and those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that motion is defeated. Thank you. And then second now to deal with adding the email received from Minister Carr today, moved by Councillor Sullivan, seconded by Councillor Hickey. So that will be added to the agenda. Okay, thank you. Any?
And what
Your
number?
Worship,
Sorry, Councillor.
for the record, sorry, Your Worship. For the record, we should state the names of how that last vote just went in terms of not changing the order of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Those who were opposed.
The audience can see.
Thank you. For those who are opposed, just show me your hands again. Thank you. Opposed would be Councillor Strobridge, Councillor Reardon, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Norton, Councillor Casey, and Councillor Armstrong, and the Deputy Mayor. Okay. Okay, thank you. So now can we adopt the agenda with the addition, as presented, with the addition of Minister Carr's letter being added?
So moved.
Okay, I think we had that motion already on the floor. Just summarizing where we are on that question. All those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary-minded? Sorry, Councillor Norton is contrary-minded. Okay, thank you. Motion is carried. And back to you, Common Clerk. Thank you.
Your Worship, next item on the agenda is item 4, disclosures of conflict of interest.
Okay, I'm not seeing any or hearing from anyone, so we'll assume that means no conflicts tonight. Thank you. Next item.
Next item is the consent agenda.
I move 5.1 to 5.9 inclusive.
Okay, thank you. Moved and seconded by Councillor Armstrong is seconding and maybe has a question as well.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Just let me register those questions. So Counselor Armstrong first, and then Counselor Strobridge, 1 second. Counselor Reardon. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Counselor Armstrong.
It's to Tim O'Reilly on the playground on the west side. I see it's $168,000. Is it absolutely necessary to do that this year, to spend that kind of money on the playground, Tim?
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Reilly, or through you, City Manager.
Can you hear me okay, Worship?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly.
So yes, the money was approved as part of the 2020 capital program. We have identified that site as needing to be replaced, and it does need to be done. So we do have the money approved in the budget. It's at the end of its useful life, and we're recommending that it does proceed. It would have to be done anyway in the next year or two, regardless.
I'm just wondering, with everything else that's coming on, if it could be for another year, Tim, because there's a pile of stuff going to come up and hit us during this Corona thing. We haven't even touched that yet. So I'm just asking the question. Of course, it's just down the street from where I live, but it's a lot of money. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, my only suggestion there would be is that it is part of the capital program. So certainly on the operating side, that's where the majority of the impact is going to be relative to COVID-19, which of course is a different envelope of money. So it wouldn't have any impact on the operating budget and what council decisions are or staff recommendations are related to the operating deficits associated with COVID-19.
All right. Thank you, Tim.
Okay, thank you.
Through
sorry.
your worship, one brief comment as well. If there may be some legal considerations as well, given that this was tendered out and there was a qualified bidder. So there may be some additional considerations if there was thought to not moving ahead with that project.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Strobridge, you're up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to say the same thing that Councillor Armstrong was. I understand it's capital, but it's still going on the city credit card. It has to be paid back. When I think of, how tight things are right now, and I think about wants versus needs, redoing the playground, I just don't see that as being a really big urgent need. I was also curious about, because it was tendered and the tender has been awarded, I understand that it was approved by capital. So what? We can change our mind on that, I think. I don't think now is the right time to be dropping $200,000 on a playground. They're all closed right now anyway. We have no idea how long it's going to take before they're going to be reopened. So I would say, I would pose the question to whoever can answer that. Is there going to be a penalty to the city if we cancel that tender contract being awarded and put it on the back burner for now?
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hugenholtz, you're going to grab that one, or?
I would suggest the city solicitor may want to talk about any legal implications or risk arising from that.
Yep. Thank you. City solicitor.
Good evening, Your Worship and council members. Indeed, if there's been a tender call and tenders received and the tenders are compliant with our specification requirements, our fundamental obligation is to award that tender to the low compliant bidder unless there are truly exceptional circumstances. And we would need to examine this more closely to see if there are indeed circumstances that would qualify as truly exceptional within the procurement law scheme. On the face of it, I think that would be quite unlikely. But if you would like us to look at it more carefully, we could. But our fundamental obligation is to award contracts where we have a low compliant bidder, as I say, unless there are truly exceptional circumstances. And given the amount of this contract, potential contract, I would expect that it would be very difficult to successfully make that argument.
Yep, Councillor Strobridge, follow up.
Just would like to throw out there that considering, everything that's coming, the unknowns as far as COVID-19 and the impact on the money with that, I would just like to throw out there that perhaps someone at City Hall should be re-evaluating capital commitments before they go to tender. And if it's not absolutely necessary, then they should be paused. That's just my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Manager, building on that, ask you for a comment, building on that, perhaps in the theme you're hearing, perhaps that's something that could go to the Finance Committee for some discussion and review. I mean, we are working from a prioritized and approved capital plan, but any comments, thoughts, City Manager, on?
Your Worship, we continue to closely monitor the financial impacts of COVID-19, obviously. We've already briefed Finance Committee and this council once on our anticipated financial pressures for this year, and that we have the mitigation in place to deal with what we anticipate at this time. Clearly, as the situation continues to unfold with COVID-19, we may have to revisit those mitigation measures. Right now, the staff has not recommended either to Finance Committee or to Common Council that we amend the capital program because of COVID-19. We have amended it once because of the lack of bilateral funding, but we are not providing a recommendation at this time that we amend it due to COVID-19. Our capital program is very tight, obviously, and is dealing with all sorts of long-term structural deficit issues. We believe there are safety concerns surrounding this play park, and therefore it's not our recommendation at this time to delay capital programs, but we are watching this very closely to see how COVID-19 unfolds. And it's not just when we return to service, it's also the long-term impacts of COVID-19 in terms of tax assessments, et cetera, which may lead to pressures in the future. But for now, based on what we know, we can handle the pressures that we currently experience.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Reardon, you had a comment?
Thank you, Worship. I've got a couple of comments on 5.9. I will reiterate that it's in the budget, and there are safety issues when you read through the report. And the other thing is we just dropped $7 million for roads 2 weeks ago, and nobody mentioned COVID. It's $200,000 for the playground, so I'm supportive of it. I do have some questions about 5.2, if Brent is available, which is a 202-page report on clean water wastewater fund. What I was wondering is, when I read through it, I'm wondering if the cost per meter of replacement or repair is approximately the same as you go forward in some of the different sites. Like, I didn't have my calculator with me when I was reading my kit, but there's so many meters of different size millimeters, pipes, etc., that's going into different places. Along McClellan Street, they're going to replace concrete that was put in 1960. And uptown, we've got lines that have been put in 1860. So it would be nice if we could get, just in a nutshell, a sort of a brief explanation of how those things are prioritized. I mean, they're going to hook up 2 houses on the Pokiok Road. I don't know. So I had a question about that. And then the catch basin cleaning, which is in the kit later, but that item also speaks to removing floatable materials, and it doesn't recommend screens because of their labor intensive for cleaning. I'm wondering about the screening, and do other places use it? Does it work better? With what needs to be a little bit different. So, and I guess, Brent, I'm asking you to condense those 202 pages down to a couple minutes. Just for clarification, because it's a lot of reading, and I know there's a lot of repetition in it, but just clarification, please. Thank you.
Your Worship, through you to the councillor, this is primarily dealing with an amendment to the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund program. And yes, apologies for all the pages, but that's necessary. It combines the old agreements as well as the new agreements so that you can see the differences. And essentially what this is enabling us to do is to take advantage of approximately $400,000 in funding that the city would not otherwise have access to. With respect to your question that relates to the condition of assets and determining priority, it really relates where it's renewal of assets. It's based on a condition index. So we do videoing of our sewers, and depending upon the condition. Now, in this case, we did have a couple of properties where the wastewater was not being collected into and being pumped or transmitted for treatment at a wastewater treatment facility. So when we do find situations like that, and they are rare now since harbor cleanup has been completed, but where we do find instances like that, those become a higher priority over a sewer that is in poor condition to ensure that we collect 100% of the wastewater that is discharged.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McGovern, Commissioner. Thank you, Councillor. Just would add very quickly, and thank you to Mr. McGovern and Mr. Carson and the rest of the teams who we did have an opportunity, Councillor, on your same sort of questions around some of our 1800s infrastructure. We did have an opportunity to present to Minister LeBlanc and MP Long and pass along some of those priorities last week to the federal government as well. So hopefully we'll have some more agreements in the near future in terms of some of that infrastructure renewal. So. Okay, I think I got everyone in terms of their questions on the consent agenda, so I will call that question. All those in favor, please show a hand. And anyone contrary minded? Okay, I'm not seeing any. That is a unanimous vote. Thank you. And Deputy, can I just ask you to mute your microphone, please? Common Clerk, next item.
Your Worship, item 6 on the agenda, members' comments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Merritt, you can kick us off.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, today in CBC there was an article entitled St. John Reporter Writes of His Mother's Death from COVID-19 2 Provinces Away. Heartbreaking. So I think we've all talked to Colonel Smith. I just wanted to send Council's condolences out to the Smith family in this time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have 2 announcements I'd like to make. COVID-19 is playing a role in hardship on all of us, including all of the nonprofit organizations in our city. And I'm very involved in hospice, and many of you are also great supporters of Hospice Greater St. John. And I'm very sorry to announce that in the past, I should say first that we've had barbecues starting the 1st of June until September, and we had them every Friday, and they're held on the west side at the hospice house, and we have nearly 300 people that go every Friday, and it's a great occasion to network and so forth. And unfortunately, we will not be able to have this event this year, so I just want the public to know, because we've had wonderful support from the public, and want to say thank you. Last year, it was a great place for people to go, and the hospice raised over $100,000 for that season. And it took a lot of work of our staff and the volunteers. And of course, we'll be losing that money this year. And I'm sure that there's a lot of nonprofits that haven't been able to have their annual galas, etc. So I guess we have to remember that, and it's very unfortunate, but it's what's happening in our world today. So that's one announcement. The other one is that I'm a member of the Canada Day celebrations, and we all know, of course, those celebrations are held from the latter part of June. We have a whole week of celebrating different nationalities and celebrating different cultures in our community, and then of course July 1st is the big day. and we've all been in the parade, and they have a lot of activity at Market Square. So those celebrations for this year will not be happening because of our situation. And I'm not sure if I would assume they probably won't be happening anywhere in the country, but I do want to encourage all of our citizens to have their own celebrations at home with whoever they can, whoever they're allowed to have, if there's their bubble family or, you know, whoever we're allowed to have at that time, because we do, regardless of everything happening, we do have a wonderful country, and we have a lot to be proud of, and a lot, it's just a great situation to be a Canadian. So we have to be proud of our heritage and proud of who we are, but we just won't have all the wonderful celebrations that we'll normally have uptown. So just wanted to mention that, and I'm sure it'll be in the news anyway, but everybody should do their own little bit to still say Happy Canada Day. So
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Councillor McKenzie, I see you. Councillor Reardon. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Worship. Your Worship, I just want to extend wishes for a very happy Mother's Day coming up this Sunday. It's going to be very different for a lot of families. You know, you have 2 or 3 siblings, and you're allowed one bubble with one another. So, having said that, you know, mothers are really, really special, and I'm sure that people will be coming up with very unique ideas this particular Mother's Day to show their appreciation for them all. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Reardon.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, John. I'm the only mother on council, so I'm assuming that's directed at me as well.
Absolutely.
Listen, it's not a job for sissies. I just want to say that right up front. You need to have skin like an alligator for it, and it never stops. It goes on and on forever and ever. Anyway, what I wanted to talk about tonight briefly was there's we're all concerned about the supply chain and our food. So don't forget there's a moral and an ethical side of eating as well. So you should make your choices wisely. Try to buy as much local as you can this summer. I don't expect we're going to have the Queen Square Market. I don't know how that's all going to happen. So try to support the local little farmers. You may pay a little bit more for it, but at the end of the day, we should try to get back to some sustainability when it comes to food for us. It's a mistake, I think, to have your food coming from China and all these other countries. I think you should be trying to eat as much local. You should be trying to eat what's in season. It's what we did not that long ago. Only a generation ago we did that. And there's all kinds of things. If you look at your food, you look at the labels, you'll see all sorts of things in there that you don't recognize, and that's not good for you. Your body is not designed to eat that. It creates havoc for a lot of people. So you really should be making some wise choices. I would encourage people to try to shop local this summer. And, I think years ago we were a lot in this province. We did a lot more agriculture. But I suspect over time agriculture was sort of taxed out of the business. So I think we need to get back to our basics. And this is a good reminder of it. So thank you very much. And I also will wish every mother and anybody who's even acting like a mother out there, happy day on Sunday. It might be kind of nice because you're actually not going to get a whole lot of visitors. We may have a quiet day that day. Just a few phone calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I didn't see any other hands. Sorry, Councillor Sullivan, over to you.
Thanks, Your Worship. First, I guess a bit of a springboard from Councillor Reardon. A thank you to the leadership that we have in the country and our province for how New Brunswick is handling the COVID-19 crisis. A lot of good management, and I think a little bit of good luck puts us where we are. But on the good management side of things, just a reminder for everybody that we are doing well because we followed a plan that was laid out before us. And we still have a plan. So we still have to stay home and stay safe and only meet with our bubble family as restrictions start to ease in order to make sure we stay safe. But we have all sorts of local businesses that are not faring nearly as well as a family that's staying at home and healthy. It is way too easy to hit the button on the internet and have somebody send us stuff at home. Make sure you're investigating local options for purchasing, even if you can't go into a store. So many local merchants have found another way, whether it's local delivery or whether you can call ahead and they'll meet you at the doorstep, in order to keep business local and help some of these folks survive. We certainly try to keep Takeout Thursday in the Sullivan household and make sure that we're supporting somebody local. And I would encourage everybody to do that. And sadly, kind of springing off of that, in economics and COVID, announced in this past week by CASA, is the closure of the Cherrybrook Zoo. Now, while the zoo is undergoing this closure, they are still broadcasting on Facebook to help educate those students and families who are home during the day. And while they are going through their closure, animals still need to be fed. There's staff that are still working with them. I was having a conversation with a gentleman at a socially distanced level outside the zoo gate the other day, when a man just pulled over on the side of the road and said, "I hear the zoo is closing. Can you give him this $5 bill?" And you know what? As much as we're going to miss it and the Cherrybrook Zoo is closing, they still need our support for these last few months for the animals that are still there, to make sure that they are cared for. So even in this time, it is very, very important to please keep supporting your Cherrybrook Zoo. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Did I miss anyone else? Okay, just have a couple of quick ones then myself. First of all, I shared on Facebook yesterday, I became enamored with planes and wanting to fly as a young guy, because my uncle was a Canadian Forces pilot, and I remember as a young guy running around. It would have been his mom, my grandmother's house, with his flight helmet on my head. So yesterday, to see the Canadian Forces snowbirds fly over as a thank you to all of those on the front line was a pretty amazing thrill. So thank you to them for that. I think, Deputy, to your comments, I've seen so much resiliency and innovation and support coming from within this community. We're just going to have to find a new way. I mean, I love the Friday burgers at hospice. My waistline probably doesn't need it. So let's put a mechanism out there for me to still give you my barbecue money on Friday, and I'm going to give you my barbecue money on Friday. So we know this is a resilient community. Let's make sure, Councillor Sullivan, that as the Cherrybrook Zoo goes through its really difficult final wrap up, that the animals have the food. So I'm confident that this community will continue to come together. Let's buy the daffodils for the Cancer Association's fundraiser, even though it might be a virtual daffodil, right? So let's make sure that we come together the way that St. Johners know how to. Obviously, we've had tragic times the last number of weeks, whether it be the tragedy in Nova Scotia or the 6 Canadian Forces members that were lost in the helicopter crash. We lowered our flags again this week. We don't want to keep lowering our flags for these tragedies, but we're certainly thinking of the family members that obviously the individuals and their families that were deeply impacted in the greater family of the forces. I want to say thank you to everyone on the front line that has been working over the last number of weeks going into months. I want to just say that the deputy mentioned Canada Day. We don't want to cancel Canada Day, but we're not allowed to have large gatherings. So let's, Deputy, I'm sure yourself and your committee, you can come up with creative ways that we have a virtual Canada Day, or as you said, that we have safe little gatherings. And I need somewhere to wear my Canada Day jacket. So maybe we do all kinds of fun and innovative things moving forward. This weekend, a local tourism by New Brunswick Tourism campaign was launched, that we can fall in love again with St. John. And I'll just give you a short example. I was walking up and down the streets as I do with Patty and walking Gus, and I was looking up at some of the buildings and stamped with 1878 on the side. Well, what does that mean? It was a building that was rebuilt after the Great Fire. And there's so many things for us to reconnect with in St. John, in New Brunswick. So you've all touched on the need to support local, to fall in love again with New Brunswick, to fall in love again with our city. So I'll end with just a thank you to everybody for their patience and support. And Councillor Sullivan, you said we cannot lose focus. Some provinces are announcing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases a day, and we don't want to go back there. So let's stay focused and let's support each other. And I think there'll be a lot of need for support over the weeks and months to come. This has been a very difficult time for many folks, but I know we can count on each other as St. Johners and as a region to come together. So thank you very much. Next item, please, Common Clerk.
Mayor Darling, next item 7.1 on the agenda. It's a proclamation for National Police Week.
Okay, thank you. And it is my pleasure to read this proclamation. So the proclamation reads, whereas the Government of Canada recognizes the week of May 10th to the 16th, 2020 as National Police Week, and whereas the St. John Police Force will be recognized as providing exemplary leadership and service reflective of the public safety needs of the community to enhance the quality of life. And whereas the St. John Police Force has grown to be a modern and scientific law enforcement body, which increasingly provides a vital public service. And whereas every day our law enforcement officers render dedicated service to our community. And whereas as concerns about crime rise, the way Canadians think about policing transformed. Integration of the creative thinking of law enforcement administrators and academics with a wide body of police research findings has yielded the concept of community policing. Unlike programs intended to address specific problems faced by law enforcement, community policing calls an all-encompassing change in the way police perform their duties. And whereas it's important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police force, recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against deception, and the weak against oppression or intimidation. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Don Darling of St. John, do hereby proclaim the week of May 10th to May 16th, 2020 as the National Police Week in honor of the men and women whose dedication, professionalism, and significant daily contributions keep our citizens and communities safe. So thank you. And I'm not sure if our chief is online tonight, but thank you to Chief Drolet and for his leadership as well through COVID-19 and of course, all the members of the force. Okay, thank you. Next item, Common Clerk.
11.1 on your agenda is a submission from Councillor Norton with respect to St. John Energy.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I get a seconder, I can speak to the
I'll
motion.
second it.
I'll second.
Thank you. It was seconded by Councillor McKenzie. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. For the benefit of the tens of thousands, Mayor Darling, that are online this evening listening, I'll read the background of the motion. St. John Energy is one of a handful of municipal energy distribution and service providers in New Brunswick. St. John Energy provides one of the most reliable energy distribution systems in Canada. In addition, it has some of the highest customer service satisfaction ratings of any utility. St. John Energy has and continues to provide significant benefits to the City of St. John and its residents. These benefits include power rates that are on average 10% lower than any other place in New Brunswick and the lowest in Atlantic Canada. The development of community-based renewable energy generation. And third, contributions in cash and in kind to numerous community projects. For many years, certain non-St. John residents have placed pressure on the City of St. John to sell St. John Energy. These non-St. Johners frequently argue that St. John would be better off selling St. John Energy and agreeing to pay New Brunswick Power, NB Power higher costs for less service. We have a reliable energy, stable rates, and our lights stay on. Just ask our neighbors in the suburban communities who aren't as lucky. St. John Energy is working and has worked for many years. It is a community asset with excellent leadership. Why would we ever sacrifice something that is working to fund bad decisions and poor leadership of the past? Let's cut loose what is not working instead of talking about undermining and selling a community-owned asset that has the potential to lead us to an even brighter future. Be it resolved that St. John Energy is not for sale, and consideration of its sale shall be immediately removed from consideration from the sustainability report. From there, I'd open it up for discussion. At a later time in this discussion, Your Worship, I'll raise my hand and speak to some of the specifics that St. John Energy does to serve our community, so that the public and council has a very firm grasp of the value add that they do add.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm just going to get bear with me, council. I'm just going to get the order down here first. I have you first, Councillor Armstrong, but just bear with me. Councillor Sullivan, I'm just going to go across the screen if I can. Councillor Hickey, Councillor Merrithew, do you wish to speak on this? Thank you. Councillor Merrithew, Councillor McKenzie. Okay, thank you. Councillor Casey, do you wish to speak on this? You don't have to? Okay, yes, thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor. Okay, we'll start there and then we'll keep going. Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm on record about this when I first got elected. This is being mentioned, and I thank Councillor Norton for the motion. I'm sure it'll be a 10-0 vote. It'll be 10-0 for the next council, because I'm sure we'd all get voted out, making a bad decision. But anyway, St. John Energy should never be sold, even considered sold, ever. They're going to put money in front of us. This is not ended today. They will still come at us about selling St. John Energy. But this councillor, and I'm sure most of the councillors, are going to be on record for never selling St. John Energy. It's our valuable asset. The only thing we have to do as a council is to get the province to change the legislation so we can get some dividends and money out of St. John Energy. And that's the biggest thing we have to do as a council, not even consider selling St. John Energy ever. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sullivan. You're muted, Councillor. Sorry, you're muted. Yep. There you go.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the councillor for bringing the motion forward. I think it was very important in the overall analysis of everything we're doing to look under every rock in the city, that when you analyze our jewel that is St. John Energy, you analyze everything. And I think the start of that has been done. And now that the start of that has been done, as we were asked back in the fall when we started looking at items, does this go in the hopper, does it not go in the hopper, what are our considerations? Now that the St. John Energy piece is in front of us, I think what Councillor Norton's motion is doing is saying exactly what we've been doing for the last 8 months. What pieces of this do we want to see go forward? What pieces do we not want to see go forward? So I'm glad we have what we have in front of us. And for this councillor right now, I don't want to see that piece go forward. So thank you very much for the councillor for bringing it forward. I think as a business, it's important that we analyze it. And the decision point now is 2 pieces for me go forward and this piece does not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hickey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just hunting for my mute button there. Yeah, I think I'm on the same page as I suspect what the rest of council will be in my agreement and support of this motion. I guess I do have one question, perhaps for the city manager. And certainly we do have some options on the table in terms of, like was alluded earlier, making sure that the legislation gets changed provincially to support dividend offering through that. Certainly there's lots of options that we can look at. One that's seems to be the gold standard internationally is a lot of American cities will offer public shares up on their civic hydros, which pay dividends to people publicly. I'm wondering, from that position, certainly my position is St. John Energy is not for sale, which is the language supported in this motion. But I guess, does it box us in anywhere in terms of, or compromise our position on bargaining with the province in terms of enabling that dividend and so on?
Your worship, to the councillor, I don't have that sort of crystal ball to know what sort of effect this would have moving forward. We initially identified 3 possible options, and just to clear the air with the public a little bit, not with this council, because I know you fully recognize it, we never, as staff, had as our preferred option the selling of St. John Energy, not at all. And in fact, we worked very hard to get the language that is currently in the Sustaining St. John, a 3-part plan, and the language in that plan clearly articulates that the preference of the city is to enable the growth agenda. I think there will be challenges in working with the province to enable that growth agenda. I just don't know where we are going to end up with it. Our view as staff was explore all the options, get you all the details on all of the options, including the sell option. We're not quite there yet. But if this is a non-starter for council, then it's a non-starter for council. But again, to be clear, because I do wish to correct some of the rhetoric that has been out there, there has never been a position of the staff here at St. John that the preferred option should be the sale of that utility. Not at all.
Yeah, and certainly from this councillor, I know that was the perspective felt for me. So I was shocked when that narrative was upheld, and glad to see a motion like this. I guess my question is only, does the language in this motion remove us from any of our other options that we had discussed? Or are we still open to those other options discussed in the sustainability report with this?
I think the other options are still there. I think it would have been useful in the debate of those other options to show how valuable they were in comparison to selling St. John Energy. If this motion goes through, we will stop that work on St. John Energy, and we'll lose that ability to compare it to that option. But certainly from what I've heard of the motion, nothing would prevent us from exploring the other options that are within the sustainability plan.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Merrithew, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, I can't support the motion, and I'll tell you why. I don't know whether I want to sell or not sell the utility. I can't support the motion is because I don't have any facts. I haven't got any facts on. We know we have an offer. We don't know what the offer is. I don't know whether it's $5 or $500 million. I don't know. I don't know whether the province will allow us to grow the utility. I don't know whether the province will allow us to pay a dividend to ourselves or the citizens of St. John. I just don't know. And I don't see how we can make that kind of decision when we don't have those facts. And I know it's good utility. I know it's run well. And again, please, I don't want any emails tomorrow because I don't know whether I would sell it or not sell it. I don't know. I don't have the facts. Second point, and just as important to me is the first, is process. There are a number of councillors out there that praise themselves for thinking they want to go through proper process. Well, this is the second time in recent memory I've seen process being thrown out the window. The first was with the Rockwood Park property. If we had one person in this city that wanted to sell that piece of land, we did not give them proper process. If we have one person in the city that says, I would like to investigate the sale of the utility, then we have not given them proper process. So for those 2 reasons, Your Worship, I can't support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKenzie, you're up.
Thank you, Worship. I think from my perspective with the Energy Act, it's only one buyer for a municipal utility, and that would be NB Power. But having said that, this utility is the top utility, I believe, in North America. It has an outstanding record. It has outstanding plans for the future. Wants to help the community, is actually helping the community now every day with the 10% decrease in power rates, and an outstanding record for performance. So I think it'd be foolhardy to even entertain the idea of selling something like this that has growth potential. The amount of things that it can do with natural power, your wind power, and so on. So I'm very happy to support this motion, and I have no friends about it at all. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Casey, did you want to speak to this? Okay, I'll come back to you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor? You're muted, Deputy.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to say St. John Energy is a very credible company, and certainly the citizens of St. John appreciate the 10% in their power bills, and of course they're endeared to the company because the company's been so successful over the years. And it is one of our greatest assets, and we have to look after that. But I do want to ask, I guess it would probably be the city manager, if the motion goes through tonight, that we're not, or that we have no interest in selling St. John Energy, which is what our citizens certainly would want us to vote for, and I plan to vote for. But does that stop the Deloitte study? Has that been paid for, or will that be completed, or will it stop it where it is now?
The study is complete. We have all the information from Deloitte. That contract is over. It's been bought and paid for at this time.
But we were never really told as a council, or I can't recall that we were, what they decided to put as a value on that asset.
Councillor, if I may, you were. It's in the two reports that remain confidential because, of course, we need to keep the value of the asset confidential in case we were ever going to get into negotiations with someone for buying it. Therefore, the two portions that are confidential outline for you the value of the asset with and without the growth agenda. And to be clear, that work was completely and utterly independent from the unsolicited proposal that also arrived at the city.
Okay, thank you. The other thing, I hope that this doesn't stop us from the growth agenda, because in order for the city to receive a dividend, which would be something the city needs, and hopefully St. John Energy will make money in the years to come, and that dividend can come to us. So I hope that we'll be able to, through the assistance of the province of New Brunswick, for them to change legislation so that we can have a dividend, because that's very important, and I know the public would want that to happen. So I just throw that out there because the province should be listening to that. We have a wonderful asset, but we do need to have a dividend from it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Casey, I can come back to you if you're ready. Over to you.
Yes. Thank you, Worship. I'm in support of this motion. I would be okay with going forward with looking into it more as well. Not that I'd be all that interested. The work that we have right now didn't seem all that spectacular in benefits to St. John, but it's pretty rough at the moment. But I'm okay with supporting this motion. I do have concerns about St. John Energy going forward, and realizing the growth potential of it, and things like that. So I certainly have some reservations. In the coming years, probably long into the future, I'm sure. But I'm okay with either way, to be honest. But That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Reardon? Yep, I see you.
Thank you, Worship.
We'll come back. Yep.
Thank you. I'll support the motion this evening for a couple of reasons. I guess, first of all, I'd like to explore unlocking its potential first. And then that would be my priority. So I'd like to spend our time looking into that. And the other thing is that you have a $160 million budget every year. If I had 10 of those to sell, I might consider it. But I don't see selling an asset, I guess, as a long-term strategic plan for sustainability, because it has a finite number that you get of money, and then that floats you for so long, but it doesn't change your picture at the end of the day. So that's why I don't want to go there right now. I'm sure it will be a struggle to work with the province to go forward, because there'll be legislation that has to be changed. It won't be easy, but I'd like to explore that first. So that's why I'll support this motion this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Norton, did you want to jump back in? Go ahead, Councillor. You're muted, Councillor Norton, sorry.
Thank you, Worship. Have we concluded the first round?
I just was going to check with Councillor Strobridge to see if...
Please do, and I'll jump in there for the start.
Councillor Strobridge, did you want to jump in?
No, I would just say that I'll support the councillor's motion.
Okay, thank you. And okay, thank you, Councillor. I'll have a couple of comments, but you go ahead, Councillor Norton. And
thank you, Your Worship. For the benefit of council, one of the things that we want to do here is, if there's no intent on selling St. John Energy, first off, I'd like to thank the city manager for his comments. I hope that this motion then is saving the city manager and his staff unnecessary work, and as a result, saving council and the public from an unnecessary distraction. St. John Energy has benefited from not being a political football, and it's one of the things that has been able to allow it to focus strongly on serving the citizens of St. John and getting to work on its growth agenda, and not worrying about mandate letters from this council. And I encourage us to continue to look at those things in our community that are not working, and leave things like St. John Energy that are working well enough alone. But it's a benefit for us to also recognize that as a standalone company in the city of St. John landscape, what they already do in the absence of legislation. And we all know, we agree that legislation empowering them to move with their growth agenda is critical. But as it stands now, St. John Energy does many, many things. It funds and supports Sculpture St. John, Harbor Passage, playgrounds, parades, port days, and many other events. It has provided the provision and installation of annual Christmas tree lighting in the city. Remembrance Day and Veterans Banners Partnership, and it manages the project and funds 50% of the cost for those banners that decorate our streets during an important time of the year. They participate on many boards and committees such as Edge St. John, BCAPI, the United Way, Living SJ, the Chamber, etc. St. John Energy's annual disaster tabletop simulation includes participation by the city, police, fire, EMO, and of course, St. John Energy, a key player. It supports the Y to educate newcomers on energy efficiency. Hires 11 summer students annually to support our local youth. It funds $25,000 in support to Edge St. John. It supplies and installs solar lighting that was valued at $300,000 to the perimeter of Lily Lake. It provides paid part-time for employees to volunteer in our local community annually. The commitment to ending generational poverty in St. John by St. John Energy is firm as well. It funds programs and agencies through a partnership with the United Way in the effort to end generational poverty in St. John, which I know is near and dear to Councillor Casey's, to Councillor Hickey's heart, and also Reardon in their priority neighborhood, which is valued at over $90,000 a year. It provides $75,000 in funding to BCAPI every year. It participates actively on Living St. John and BCAPI executive boards, provides funding to the Crescent Valley Resource Center Food and Security Program, and participates in a pilot program with Homelessness Information Partnerships in St. John on helping people to try to make their way out of poverty by waiving the security deposit fee on electrical services for participants in the program. Let's see what happens if we were ever to privatize or sell St. John Energy, see where programs like that go. The employees are continually giving back to the community through the United Way, COVID-19 Atlantic Compassion Fund, the employee direct donations through its employee council, and on the ground, the community flood outreach support. The employees volunteer with PALS, and the staff volunteer over 2,000 hours per year. To the City of St. John corporate, the rental street lighting services to the city at reduced rates, the inspection and maintenance of city-owned lighting and infrastructure at reduced rates, reduced electrical rates for city and city-affiliated organizations, printing services for City and Water Sewerage Commission at preferred rates, central business district infrastructure upgrades by request, several hundred thousands of dollars. I'm almost done, Your Worship, but if you want to cut me off, you cut me off.
Okay, finish up. Let's finish up.
Okay. Locally coordinated response to emergency situations in the City of St. John, priority power restoration during regional weather events is another benefit. St. John Energy adds $100 million every year to the provincial GDP, and it's growing. With its ambitious growth agenda, it's estimated that the utility's economic impact could total $1.4 billion between 2020 and 2029. It is responsible for 450 full-time jobs in the city and across the province, and its own workforce of 100 and another 350 spin-off jobs represents an employment multiplier of 4.5. From 2015 to 2018, City of St. John Energy's direct and indirect induced spending generated an estimated $104 million worth of consumer spending, and the money customers pay to St. John Energy cycles right back into the local economy. 4 more points, and I'll end. The firm will contribute an estimated $1.2 billion to the provincial GDP. The total annual revenues are expected to rise by 30% to almost $158 million by 2029. We have only begun to see its potential. It generated $448 million worth of labor income, mostly earned and spent right here in St. John, and it led to $333 million worth of consumer expenditures in the St. John region, and provides to government a cumulative tax revenue of nearly $265 million, with nearly $145 million in capital spending. That's just the beginning of the list that St. John Energy provides to this corporation. It's working. We leave it alone. Let's put this one to rest. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for the comments. I had just very quickly a couple of observations. First of all, we are the most open level of government that exists. I know we are criticized at times. Every single decision we make is it made in an open session of council, virtually over the last month or so, but open, most open level of council there is. My reflections over the weekend were simply this, that, we are dealing with a trust issue. There's question about the process. There was a lot of speculation about, that we were on the cusp of selling this utility. And I only say it as observation that we need to continue to build trust in the process that we're in. Secondly, I think tonight, this will likely affirm our focus to grow the utility. And as the city manager said, that had been the focus, but I think it really focuses our efforts in so that we can realize further benefits for citizens. And lastly, I think Councillor Norton, you just gave us a summary. It was a lengthy summary of the benefits that we realize, and we really need to push the limits here. We know that this community supports this utility. We know this utility is incredibly well run. I'm a huge fan also of this utility. If this is going to be the path and the singular path to grow it and to realize even more benefit, we have to push the limits to take the handcuffs off this utility. And I think that likely in a few moments, this will be reaffirmed by council that that's the focus and that's the desire. So thank you for the discussion tonight. City manager, comment?
Your Worship, members of council, not my role at all to debate the relative merits of this. Just 2 points of clarity that I just want to make sure the public is aware of. Point number one is everything to do with growing a utility and receiving a dividend will be based on legislation, and the city has no ability to change legislation on its own. So if we are going to be singularly focused on the growth agenda, we need to be cognizant that the province will have to be fully supportive, a fully supportive partner in that. And I think that is going to take some work. My second point of clarity, just so that everybody clearly understands, we have not said that who we would sell the utility to. In fact, I think there are several possibilities there. Nor have we said that by selling it, it would automatically mean increases in utility rates or even long-term increases in utility rates. In fact, there are many examples of privately owned utilities across Canada where the utility rates have been kept low because they are in private ownership. That's not to detract from the merits and the arguments that have been put forward. It's just those 2 points of clarity that we've never said that we would raise utility rates if we had to sell the utility. That's obviously part of any sort of negotiation. And secondly, we are not the masters of our own destiny when it comes to the growth agenda because we do not control legislation. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you, folks. We're going to move on. The motion is on the floor, obviously made by Councillor Norton, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. So I'll call the question now by show of hands. All those in favor? Thank you. Deputy Mayor, are you in favor? Sorry, okay, thank you. And anyone contrary-minded? Okay, thank you. I have one member, Councillor Merrithew, contrary-minded. Motion is carried. Okay, thank you. Common Clerk, next item, please.
Your Worship, item 11.2 on the agenda is a submission from the Deputy Mayor with respect to heavy vehicle permits.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll turn the floor to you.
Okay, thank you, Worship. This item is in the sustainability plan, and my motion is to remove the item on a transportation truck tax and or heavy vehicle tax from our sustainability plan, and that the city not move forward on introducing a new bylaw that would place a transportation truck tax and or heavy vehicle tax on trucks traveling on our city streets. If I get a seconder, I'll speak on it.
Armstrong will second.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Armstrong is seconded. Go ahead, Deputy.
Well, every tax has a negative, and this one, to me, would undo or take away all the efforts that this mayor and council have taken on for the past 4 years. Our top priority has been growth for new businesses and to increase our residential base. All retail and service businesses depend on truck traffic to bring their products into our city. The cost of a permit placed on by the municipality to charge to the owner or to the trucking company is a negative and will increase the cost of doing business in St. John, and in turn, that extra charge will be passed on to the consumers who are our citizens. This could mean that our citizens will pay more in our city to purchase a product than they will if they purchase the same product in another municipality. We have many trucking firms, large, small, medium, located in the city who already pay taxes. They employ hundreds of our citizens, and they make a big contribution in many ways to our quality of life. An added tax does not show that we are appreciative of our present businesses, and it doesn't give the impression that we wish to encourage other businesses to move here. If this tax were to go forward, it would even cost the city more than as we would have to have permits for our own trucks, our buses, and the cost of our contracts for work that we do in the city would increase. And the cost of enforcement would be a major concern and may not even be possible. This transportation tax, to me, I believe, would place us at a disadvantage, and we would be the only municipality charging this tax in this area. The perception to the whole idea would be a negative one and paint the city as not open for business. We want to be portrayed and as a complete opposite and let the world know that we are open for business. And I can go on and say some other things, but I'll let other people speak. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. Councillor Armstrong, you're first up.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Yeah, I appreciate the deputy bringing this motion forward. Again, this is kind of another public relations fiasco. For those in the business and know this business, this is countrywide. This isn't just New Brunswick-wide. The people that own these businesses are major corporations. Now, it's not just, they could afford to take the hit probably. But if you don't know, a lot of the trucking industry is individually owned by people right here in St. John and the surrounding area. That'll hit the hardest to them. They're individual operators, they bear all the expenses, and they work for the major conglomerates, bringing our products to bear. And the deputy is right. The costs go down the line, and the end of the line is the consumer, and the consumer will pay more. So I will vote for the motion, and I hope that we can recover, because it is across the country. We have to be open for business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sullivan, you're next up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly in the sustainability plan, the majority of items in the sustainability plan are not things that this councillor likes or wants to go forward. But we have $10 million we need to find for January 1st, 2001. And as I understand it, this $1 million, if taken out of the plan, means we move, my math says, to the top 9 or 10 items off the sustainability standby list, which is asphalt, passport to parks, non-resident differential parking fees, more casual workforce reduction, $45,000 in reduction in grants, increase in permits and development approval fees, reduction fees too in the transit redesign, and a hit to the playground program. So as much as I don't want to see any new fees to our heavy industry, on another hand, we have a priority in our tax reform that we talk about, and pieces of it have to do with industries paying more, now, albeit in a different area. My preference in the grand scheme of things wouldn't be to do it at all. But when I weigh having companies, and I've had some wonderful conversations in the last week with some major players of some major companies in the city of St. John. And I think about those companies paying a little more versus the next $1 million on the sustainability standby list. If somebody had a different suggestion as to where the $1 million might come from that we lose out of the report, my mind could perhaps be changed. But weighing what we have in front of us in the entirety of the report, I think this piece needs to stay in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hickey.
I'm a little slow to my mute button here tonight, Your Worship. Thank you. Yeah, this is certainly a challenging one, and I know it's been a challenging one for a lot of us, and certainly there's been a lot of public discussion around this in the last week or so. And my challenge is this: I know I've said this in the past, but I'm extremely frustrated with the level of infighting we have within the city, whether that's us fighting with industry or industry fighting with us, or us fighting with our unions and our unions fighting with us, or us fighting with the region and the region fighting with us. And I'm tired of it. And I'm extremely frustrated because at the end of the day, we have significant common ground. At the end of the day, we have, and we need to come together, whether it's as politicians, as community leaders, as business leaders, whatever it is. We need to come together because at the end of the day, we have significant shared interests in a need for provincial tax reform at the end of the day. And that is what truly addresses and the city manager talks about really, I guess, flattening the curve on our sustainability crisis. That is a huge part of that, is making sure that we can come together. So I would like to see, instead of, having these fighting within each other every couple of weeks, whether that's with our unions or with our business leaders or with our region, whoever it is, coming together and saying, look, we have significant shared interests, and if we want to stop having these conversations and we want to, limit these conversations as much as possible, we need to get behind a lobbying effort towards the province to get these changes made. And that's especially important when we see the contents of the letter from Minister Carr that will come down, which are incredibly disappointing. But we need to get behind a lobbying effort here. We need to come together as a region and really unite behind that. Otherwise, these transportation changes and these taxes here are inevitable, and they will only keep coming if we don't address the reality of these sustainability issues. And that's what we've got to get behind. That's all for me. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. I see you, Councillor McKenzie. Councillor Merrithew, you're next up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, I can't support this motion either. And by the way, I'll remind Council that we're not voting on a tax tonight. Even in 12.2, the sustainability, if you read page 309 of that report, and that's one of the reasons I wanted it in front of these motions, it says, with respect to the heavy vehicle truck permit program, A, recognize the challenges associated with the program and direct the city manager to return to council with a detailed plan for review and approval, which includes stakeholder engagements and an impact analysis. We're not voting for a tax tonight. We're voting again to take it forward. And if we don't take these things forward, Mr. Sullivan's right. Go down the list, and decide what you don't want. So I can't support this. I think we've got to take everything forward, at least another step. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Reardon.
Thank you, Worship. We are in the unenviable position of looking for $10 million for a city that has no money to spare. So where do we go from here? And I have spoken to every trucking industry and everybody that owns a truck over the last few days. And at the end of the day, I guess for me, some of the things that, one thing we say as a council will often say, industry doesn't pay its way. That's a blanket statement. Some industry, I'm sure, doesn't pay its way. Other industry does pay its way. But at the end of the day, what's the message I'm sending here? So should I go forward with this or not? I don't want to stifle growth. I don't want to stifle development. I want us to be open for business. And when I spoke to many in that industry, maybe that industry, it seems there's a lot of them that are on board right now that want to know what we're doing, why we're doing it. Is there another way we could do things? How could they support us? Maybe this is an opportunity for us to get them to support us. So I would even ask the city manager at this point in time, if that is on the table. I don't want to say I'm throwing this completely out with the bathwater, but on the other hand, I do want to have an opportunity to work with that voice, because I think that's a big voice, it's a strong voice, and I think to have that voice lobbying on our behalf and working as a partner with us is much better than to have maybe worth a lot more than $1 million a year in a tax. So I'll ask the city manager to chime in on this for us, if he doesn't mind, and just throw a few little pearls out there for me to grasp on, because I was in the paper last week and on the radio and everything, and I say it's the cost of doing business. And I believe that. It is the cost of doing business to a certain extent. On the other hand, if we could partner with that group, is that a smarter and a better route for us to take right now? So that's what I'm asking.
Your worship, through you to the councillor. First of all, I think it's important for me to recognize that this particular item has not gone through a secondary screening program, unlike all the other sustainability initiatives that are on the list. That is why you notice within your packet this evening, there is quite a bit on this particular initiative because you have not been briefed on it before. I believe there are some misperceptions out there, and I don't mean this in a critical way to the deputy mayor's motion, but even some of the points within her background are simply not accurate. And that's our fault because we have not briefed you yet on it. I guess to answer Councillor Reardon's question directly, yes, there are certainly other options that we would very much appreciate discussing with those involved in industry and in the trucking industry. But there are also aspects of the heavy vehicle truck permit that we would very much wish you to consider. I guess my request at this point, my suggestion, my advice to you at this point is that this particular motion, arguably much more than the St. John Energy motion, I would advise council if you could table it for literally half an hour until we explain to you the details of what we're thinking about and our path forward on this as part of this overall sustainability plan before you make a decision. Because as I said at the beginning, we have not given you all the information on this particular sustainability idea.
Okay, you're muted, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Reardon, are you finished? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I struggled with this all weekend. I wasn't really supportive of taking it off the table, and I looked at the feasibility of it, and I don't know. I kind of think that we would be on a right track to start getting our friends together. If we had everybody that wanted to keep St. John Energy as a public utility, if we had that same group of people, lobbying to get the St. John Energy the legislation that need to grow, it'd be so much easier to do. And it'd be the same as this. If we could get these partners, these businesses to get behind us and they say, now we understand what the situation is and lobby on our behalf, work with us. Seems like we are, as Councillor Hickey said, we seem to be fighting each other and dividing, and it's not working for us. And I think that building teams and working together is a better idea. And as far as, well, if we don't do this, where do we get the $1 million? I think that we threw a figure out there on labor costs. We could relook at that figure, but I don't think that we would have to take $1 million out of the standby list. I think the city manager would like to table it. That's what I was originally thinking of doing, but I was thinking of tabling it for a couple of weeks till we get additional information, more than what we got in the report tonight. I don't know. I'll just hear what other people have to say. Thank you, Richard.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I didn't have anyone else. I see you, Deputy. I had a couple of comments, but I didn't want to. Oh, sorry, Councillor Strobridge. We'll go to you first. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I would just like to offer that this is one that I'm willing to kick a little further down the road. I'd like to get a little bit more information on it myself. I was not 100% sold on the idea from day one. It went in the hopper. Hey, it's there. We'll learn more about it later. As city manager has already told us, there's a lot more information that we don't know about this one. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm not saying yes or no to it. But as far as tonight goes, I think I'd like to get some more information on it. So I can't support the motion for those reasons. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Deputy, I guess for your comment, I have a couple of comments, but just maybe go back to you again. So there's a bit of a request that was floated by the city manager to table until after the presentation tonight or during the presentation. That's an option. Sorry, I see some hands going up, but Councillor Reardon, did you want to jump in?
Well, I would move to table it, but I'll wait till you do, till everyone's done. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, so, okay, so I'm just trying to check in. I'll just check in with the deputy here. One moment, deputy.
Well, I'd just like to make a couple of comments. I think this is a very negative issue for the community, and our community needs businesses. We need people to be working in our city. And the companies that are involved on this issue, they just found out about it, and, they weren't, nothing was explained to them. And I mean, when you really look at what we're doing, we're adding a tax. And if we put that tax on all sizes of trucks down to 11.5 or 8 gross vehicle weight, then all of our local trucking companies, all of our local businesses are going to have to pay a tax. And I mean, on the other hand, and your worship, because this is a big thing with you, we spend thousands of dollars on economic development. We are trying to grow this community. And if we have businesses in our community that are paying additional tax and they're not happy about it, they're not going to promote St. John, that St. John's open for business. And many trucking companies will just avoid coming here, and we'll be at the loss. And where did we find that extra $1 million? We just paid along with the province. And I really hate to bring this right out the way I'm going to. Well, we just paid for an Ernst & Young report and some other consultants involved. And there's millions of dollars in there they're talking about because they feel we're overstaffed in many of our departments. And if we can't compare to other cities because we've got additional staff in our fire department and our water department and the works department. I can't remember all the figures and things. So until the business community sees that we're doing something to cut our own costs down, then I just don't think they're going to be teaming up with us. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we've got to where we are, and we probably should lay people off. I'm very sorry. But the thing is, the business people of this city have made it very clear to me they're not teaming up with us until we cut our own staff, and if that's what it takes, but we have to cut what's inside of our own city that we control. And they're not going to be happy about paying extra taxes. And that will prevent new business opportunities in this city. And if we don't have new business in this city, we can't have new people coming here to live, because people aren't going to come here to live and twiddle their thumbs. They need a job. We all need a job. Your worship, I'm sorry. That's where I feel. And to grow the city, we need to get on.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of quick comments, and then we'll sort of revisit how we move forward here. I think it's incredibly important that we implement good policy, and I've had concerns about this one. I don't think this one is certainly ready to be implemented. From my perspective, I just wrote down the same comment, Deputy, to Councillor Sullivan's comment. I'm not interested either in wiping out the standby list. I think we have to look into the EY report and not wipe out parks and everything else that adds value to taxpayers. I think we have to look internally and within the EY report. I think this particular policy could be very damaging in the sense that I just don't think it's, it isn't North American wide like I believed it was. I think we have to be very careful that we have a solid footing underneath us. I don't think we'll get compliance. I think it'll be very negative, and I don't think we'll ever realize $1 million at this stage. I agree with Councillor Hickey that we have to get through some of this negative narrative, and we've got to bring a collective of people who think about the region and think about the prosperity of the region through perhaps some different lenses. And I did talk also to folks who gave me lots of feedback in the last week, citizens, folks from the trucking industry and many others. And there seems to be a willingness there to come together, and come together differently than we have in the past. But I think we have to build up some credibility here. So for this one, I think it has to be put aside. There's a couple of ways to do that. The deputy's motion would do it in one way. And those would be my certainly preliminary comments. Okay, thank you. Councillor McKenzie, go back to you.
Thank you, Worship. I would make a motion that it be tabled until our next meeting. And between now and then, we get the whole story and have all the questions answered. Because I don't think that, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think that it's feasible the way I read it right now. And I know we're going to get part of the story tonight, but I think we need to wait till the whole story. So I would table it until we get the whole picture in place and then make a decision on it.
So, okay, thank you. Anyone second
And
that?
second,
Councillor Hickey has seconded that. Okay, thank you. City Manager?
Your Worship, through you to the councillor, nothing, and I do mean nothing, will change in the next 2 weeks. We simply will not refine this any further in the next 2 weeks. The motion that currently exists within the sustainability plan, if you read all three parts of it when it comes to the heavy vehicle truck permit, actually respects the intent of what Councillor McKenzie is talking about. It mandates me to go away and look at this in more detail, to deal with the challenges within it, and to come back to this council with a possible plan, if one exists, for your consideration and approval or denial. So the recommendations are already there within the plan. We are not recommending that it be implemented this evening, not at all. And we were going to explain our initial thoughts on it and what the challenges are, and then the recommendations as mentioned in the sustainability plan. But to be clear, if this council were to table for 2 weeks, I can tell you that nothing will change in the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
what do you need?
So the other option then, City Manager, is to table, to either vote on this motion right now or table this motion to be addressed during the presentation or after the presentation of the trucking fee discussion in the sustainability item tonight?
Certainly my preference, my recommendation would be if this council could give us literally about half an hour to get to that item within the sustainability plan and then make a decision at that point in time, either in terms of supporting the deputy mayor's motion, the recommendations that are in the sustainability plan, or some other motion. So my recommendation is yes, a table until we discuss agenda item 12.2.
Tonight. So
Tonight.
So I can,
just 1 second, sorry, Deputy. Councillor McKenzie, are you interested in
Well, I
modifying?
was going to ask the deputy if she would amend her motion to have it tabled until after the presentation.
well, I would agree, Your Worship, to table until after the discussion this evening, but if nothing's going to change in 2 weeks, which is when actually it's 3 weeks for our next meeting because of the May holiday, I don't want it I mean, I just think it's wrong to be implemented. So, I mean, I don't have a problem tabling it for half an hour. So we go through item 12, but
Okay, so folks, okay, thank you, Deputy. The motion on the floor was to table for 2 weeks. So I'm asking you, Councillor McKenzie, if you want to modify it till after the item tonight. And if you do, I'll ask your seconder. You're okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are you okay with that, Councillor Hickey? Yes, okay, thank you. Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Merrithew, sorry, did you want to make a comment? Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, so that, call the question then on the tabling motion. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Anyone contrary?
and that's only for half an hour.
To whenever the item is discussed tonight. Yep. Okay, thank you again. Sorry, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye in your hand. Okay, and anyone contrary minded? Okay, Councillor Norton is contrary to that. And okay, so just Councillor Norton. Thank you. The motion's tabled yep, thank you. Next item, Common Clerk.
Your Worship, item 12.1 on your agenda is COVID-19 update.
Thank you, City Manager, excuse me, sorry.
Your Worship, members of council, this evening, this presentation will be in 2 parts. I'm going to talk broadly speaking about our essential services, where we are and where we are heading with them. And then I'm going to ask the Deputy Incident Commander for our Emergency Operations Center or our Emergency Management Organization to give a very quick operational update on COVID-19 related issues. First of all, I will mention that one of the areas that we restored as quickly as we could was a whole issue of development and permitting and building inspections associated with it. Just to provide you all a quick update this evening. For the week beginning on the 20th of April, a total of 9 permits were issued at a total value of $1.38 million. That figure is comparable to the same week last year. In the past 4 weeks, however, our overall permitting has seen a drop of approximately 60% from the same period 1 year ago. That is not surprising, considering the major adjustments that needed to be made on or about March 15th moving forward with the declaration of the state of emergency and all of the safety requirements that have been imposed for good reason. If that is the bad news, then I suppose the good news that follows that is there are 8 additional large-scale permitting or development permit requests in the pipeline that will materialize very soon, and that's for a total of another $1.64 million. So it's certainly not business as usual, but we are certainly seeing that development is continuing within the city of St. John. Also, I would just like to recognize that we held our first virtual Heritage Board meeting. It went well, and there are obviously additional meetings scheduled in the future. The next thing I wish to speak about is our list of restored functions. And if you bear with me, I need to share my screen with you. But before I do, I would just remind everybody, especially those listening at home, that the decision to transition into an essential services model was made for safety reasons and for health and protection of not only our workforce, but also the community. As we move forward with our essential services model, there are really 3 or 4 significant considerations. The first is, of course, health and safety, and it relates both to the health and safety of our workforce who have to execute the services, but also ensuring that the essential services that our community need for their health and safety are also in place as a priority. We also have other considerations, however, when we look at essential services and which ones are to be restored. One is the protection of our assets in terms of their long-term longevity. And a very simplistic example that I believe I gave at last council meeting, if you don't clear the debris off your grass and from your flower beds, then a year or 2 later, you are replanting all your grass and all your flowers. So there are things that we can do now to save our assets or protect our assets moving forward. And then the final part of our essential services criteria is the issue of financial responsibility and to ensure that we can continue to balance the books for this year. At the last council meeting, I provided you with a list of what our essential services were. This evening, by sharing my screen, I'm going to show to you the additional services that we have now restored. They are shown on this list. I do not plan on going through and explaining every one of them in the interest of time, but it's safe to say that we are restoring those services that, first of all, are not going to break the bank. Secondly, where we can assure the health and safety of our workforce. And thirdly, that provide value added right now in our current configuration for our community. Note that on this list, there is nothing such as preparation of ball fields or planting of flowers or things like that, because until we get additional guidance from the province as to what will and will not be acceptable through the summer months, to spend the money on those sorts of items now would be premature and, quite frankly, would put us in an unfavorable budgetary situation. In addition to these ones that have already been restored, there are 3 additional ones that were just approved for restoration, and you will see these coming online in the next day or 2. With the restoration of those services, and I'll go back 1 slide, I'm also happy to report a status on our workforce. Right now, on a daily basis, we hover between 92 and 93% of our workforce being available. The remaining 7 or 8% are a combination of people who are on leave, of various types, both annual vacation type leave, but also sick leave, long-term disability, etc. And very limited people are off work because they have to self-isolate due to COVID-19 symptoms until they get the test results back. So we average 92 to 93% of our workforce available. I'm happy to report that starting this week with the services that we have restored, for all intent and purpose, our entire workforce is back at work, either working from home or working from work locations. Whether or not every last worker is employed to 100% of their capacity, that will come. But like I said, for all intent and purpose, our entire workforce is now back at work. With that, I'd like to hand over to our Deputy Incident Commander, who's also the Deputy Fire Chief, or one of the chiefs, Mike Carr, who's on the line to provide you the operational update.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Common Council. I'll provide an update on the status of St. John EMO that will include the COVID-19 current state, the 2020 spring freshet, and our transition to recovery. We have reached a milestone in the province of New Brunswick. We have no new cases of COVID-19 for the 16th consecutive day. And as of this weekend, no active cases, which means our 118 number now represents fully recovered cases. Although this appears to be a time to celebrate, it absolutely is, we do have to remain diligent in our precautions to prevent virus transmission when we reinstate services to our citizens. This is known as the dance. As restrictions are lifted, it creates new areas of exposure. And if COVID-19 cases begin to reappear, the restrictions may be reinstated. Therefore, as we begin our service restorations in the city, strict social distancing will remain in effect. Our service restoration team, led by Director Stephanie Hosick, is doing excellent work by prioritizing the safety of our citizens and our employees. Next, I'll provide an update on the spring freshet. NBEMO continues to advise the public that flooding may have minor impacts on those directly situated on the St. John River. But the St. John region is not forecasted to have any significant impacts. The current 5-day forecast provided by the Department of Environment and Local Government shows a trend of increasing floodwater levels throughout the week, but well below our flood stage level of 4.2 meters. I mention these fluctuations in flood levels to make everyone aware that this is natural and not to be alarmed when river levels rise. Long-term projections show water levels stabilizing over the weekend, and if everything stays on track, we may be approaching the end of this year's spring freshet. Lastly, I'd like to explain our current transition to recovery and subsequent lowering of St. John EMO's activation level on May 1st from level 2 partial activation to level 1 enhanced monitoring. Our activation levels are used to commit resources to deal with the impacts of an emergency. And at some point, the resources, reporting structure, and formalities become redundant. And the transition to full recovery phase implements a different structure to deal with the ongoing efforts of our recovery team. It is important to note that our service restoration and safety teams have been proactively working towards this juncture since March. For reference, recovery is the most complex and least understood aspect of emergency management cycle, because the transition is not easily defined, and the recovery phase could take weeks to sometimes years, depending on the impact. However, what we do strive for during recovery is to build back better, so our new environment is more resilient than the pre-event, and in this case, the pandemic. And this community has demonstrated its resilience, as illustrated in our COVID-19 case numbers and its preparations for the spring freshet that would not have been as robust if we did not learn from our previous historical floods. As we enter the dance, we will have future challenges that the St. John EMO team will closely monitor and ready to react accordingly. When COVID-19 impacted our province, we made our compliance with the direction from the Chief Medical Officer of Health our primary objective, and we will continue in that mandate. The state of emergency issued by the province has been extended for another 2 weeks as of April 30th. Therefore, St. John EMO's current level 1 activation allows us to remain engaged daily with the province and work together to recover correctly by lifting restrictions in a controlled fashion. Patience will be the key. In closing, this period of uncertainty is transitioning to one of confidence, where we can begin moving forward as we rest a little easier with respect to flooding and our COVID-19 environment is stabilizing. Our St. John EMO team continues to do excellent work, but that has only been possible by the continued support by senior leadership, staff, and Common Council. Thank you. I'll now hand it back over to the City Manager.
Your Worship, members of Council, just in conclusion, I think every time we've given this briefing, I have recognized and thanked our emergency management organization. This evening, I'd like to do the same, but with a slightly different perspective. I've had the privilege throughout my career to work extensively on domestic operations, both at the federal, provincial, and with many, many municipalities. This evening, I can with confidence say that the leadership team that we have in terms of our incident commanders and our section chiefs within our emergency management organization in City of St. John, probably the best way to say it is that we are very well served by them. They are incredibly professional and have yet again done outstanding work. It is by no means over, but I do want to recognize not only our emergency management organization as a whole, but the leadership team within it for their work that they have done. And with that, Your Worship, happy to take any questions or comments that people may have on COVID-19 or the essential services related to it.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Reardon, you're first up.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to thank the City Manager for his comments on EMO. It gives us all, I guess, great satisfaction, and it gives us a nice sense of security. And coming from his background, it's important. I will ask the City Manager, as far as services that are restored, is there a different strategy this year in rolling things out? Like a lot of the things on here, I notice will not cost money because it's mostly, a lot of things are labor. There's obviously some things that aren't. But is there a strategy this year for rolling it out? Is it the same strategy? I'm just wondering about some of the strategies. I'm really wondering about streets in the uptown area, I guess.
Right. So the strategy we're doing, Your Worship, to the councillor is really based on two things. The first is our criteria for essential services, which I spoke about, safety, protecting our assets, and protecting our financial bottom line. Quite frankly, beyond that, what we do and do not restore, we are still very much taking the lead of the province. So we understand to a degree what they're looking at in the coming weeks and months, and we are lining ourselves up so that when they open things, we open the similar things that make sense. So we will not lead the effort. We are conforming to the movements, if you will, or the decisions of the province as we move forward on this. And for example, we've already talked about when we would open public-facing counters within our city buildings, within City Hall. When would the cashier reopen, etc. And we will follow the leads of the province as to when they authorize things like retail to open, etc., and then try to align as best we can while respecting the guidelines of the Medical Officer of Health. So we're not developing our own strategy. We're following the lead of the province.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, can I just have a motion to receive and file then, please? So it's Councillor Reardon and seconded by Councillor Hickey. Thank you. Just a quick comment of thanks as well, City Manager. I'm awfully glad we don't have to use the incredible skills of Deputy Chief Carr and others this year on flood 2020. I was so nervous a few weeks back that we were going to have to deal with that on top of COVID-19. But having seen so many of those folks in action, we are, as you said, so incredibly fortunate. And I think coming from someone like yourself with the background that you have, and the experiences you've had, City Manager. It's a tremendous compliment to the dedication of the teams and the skills that we have, and frankly, the bench strength that we've invested in as a city, which I think could serve the whole region as we continue to find ways to come together in the whole region. So thank you for those comments. And on a receive and file, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And anyone contrary minded? Not seeing or hearing anyone. Thank you. Next item.
Your Worship, 12.2 on your agenda, the Sustainability Plan recommendations.
Okay, thank you. City Manager.
Your Worship, if you'll allow, I just need to share my screen.
And City Manager, could you just help us understand, or perhaps you'll do this in your preamble, where we'll be stopping and asking for sort of votes and so on? Will you walk us through that as we?
Absolutely. It will be part of the introduction.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Members of council, of course, another lengthy briefing this evening to speak about the sustainability plan. And let me begin, first of all, and this may sound a little weird, but let me begin by saying what this is not this evening. First of all, what we will not do is revisit everything from the last council meeting. That's not to say it's not still relevant. It, in fact, very much is still relevant. But in the interest of time and need, we do not feel there is a need to revisit all of that. We will also not this evening review all of the relevant documents that have been spoken about at length before, not only at last council meeting, but over, quite frankly, the entire 4 years of this council. Those documents that I'm speaking of include, but are not limited to, things like the white paper prior to the last election, the Kitchen and Slack property tax report, the Ernst & Young audit, the Gardner Pinfold audits, Sustaining St. John, a 3-part plan, etc. Those documents are readily available on our website. They will, of course, be referenced throughout this presentation, but I have no intention of providing any detail from inside of those documents. Also, and perhaps most importantly, this is not a detailed implementation plan. We are still at the strategy development level for the most part. In other words, we are seeking your broad direction and guidance at this point. So what is this presentation? This presentation is indeed a decision brief. There are a total of 25 recommendations throughout the brief that form the basis of the approvals in principle that we need to further the planning for these initiatives. We will be coming back to council at later dates and times in accordance with our implementation planning to seek the final approvals on those items where we do not seek final approval this evening. And that will become clear to you as I go through the presentation. In terms of the format of the presentation, after an introduction, we will be going through the various parts of the sustainability plan one at a time. It would be unreasonable and quite difficult to hold off on all the recommendations until the end of this long briefing, because quite frankly, it would be difficult to relate the recommendations back to the material that will have been presented. Therefore, instead, we will deal with each part of the plan as a distinct section. And at the end of each section, I will be showing you the recommendations associated with that section and seeking your, first of all, obviously, discussion and questions, and then ideally requesting that someone move and that council approve the recommendations within the plan. Turning to a couple comments about the sustainability plan itself. First of all, we comment about how we think it's a thoughtful, strategic approach for our long-term financial sustainability. To be clear, the 2021 challenge of addressing the entirety of our deficit is nothing but a budgetary exercise. We could have done that through the normal budgetary process, but we felt quite strongly that addressing the deficit for 2021 and 2022 needed to be nested within a far more broad and far-reaching plan, and that is the strategic approach we have taken. This next comment speaks about all options being on the table, and I've taken the liberty of highlighting in blue the word viable. To be clear, when we are addressing our immediate deficit challenge, we need to be cognizant of what is achievable within the timeframes we have. And therefore, if it was not deemed achievable within the time we had, it does not belong in addressing the first $10 million. I'll give you as one example to that. There are many good recommendations within the Ernst & Young operational audit. But there are also many that cannot be implemented within the time frame that we need them to do so in order to address our immediate deficit. But more important than that, when we speak about viable, it is important for the public to understand that a municipality's ability to act is limited. We have no legislative authority. We have no regulatory powers. We can produce bylaws, but even the bylaws must be or are limited in scope. We have no ability to modify tax law, and that includes the reality that business tax rates are fixed at 1.5 the residential rate, and we can make no differentiation between any type of business. We have no ability to affect the assessment processes. And we have no authority to create businesses whose primary function is to generate a profit. I don't wish this particular bullet to sound defeatist. It is not. It is simply a recognition of where municipalities lie, the authorities that have been vested to them, and the reality that any major reforms, or for any major reforms, the province must play a significant role. Therefore, we do believe, in terms of our overall sustainability plan, that the work with the province is incredibly important. And of course, we are challenged because that work never happens fast enough. Overall, the sustainability plan is also guided by the long-term vision that has been articulated by this council repeatedly to create opportunities for growth and to improve the quality of life in St. John. At the information brief 2 weeks ago, I provided this financial summary slide that speaks about the immediate forecasted $10 million deficit, and I wish to stress that it is still a forecast and may go up or down in the coming months. To address that $10 million deficit, in other words, the immediate need, which again is nothing but a budgeting exercise, we propose to address that $10 million by taking half of it through workforce adjustments. And to be clear, and even based on some comments from earlier on in this council session, workforce adjustments is not a magic code. It does mean either changes in wages and or reduction in the size of the workforce. And I can tell you now, and I will explain it later, there will be reductions in the size of the workforce in order to achieve $5 million worth of adjustments. We will also show you just over $5 million of planned initiatives that we are proposing. And because they are only planned and may or may not come to fruition, and the deficit may or may not be $10 million, we have a number of prioritized standby initiatives that we are suggesting to you. With that plan, should it be approved by council, then we feel quite confident that we will be able to balance the budgets in 21 and 2022. In short, the immediate deficit challenges are addressed. But that is not where the work needs to stop. On the city's continued to-do list, we first of all believe that regional facilities requires a major overhaul. Put simply, we are spending too much on our regional facilities. And therefore, we are exploring other business models, which were explained during the information briefing, everything from contracting out and other measures. And I still, as your city manager, feel quite confident that in the coming months to year, we will be able to save 50% of what we currently commit to regional facilities, which is approximately $1.2 million. I believe there are some modest, minor savings that can be accomplished in economic regional development, or sorry, in economic development. On our suggested provincial to-do list, we do still believe that the region needs to take a leadership role in addressing regional cost sharing and in addressing heavy industrial tax transfer. Combined, the city and the province need to address how we can best use St. John Energy. And we also need to address the issues within the EY operational report. And to be clear on this one, the EY operational report, although it examined the city, identified many ideas where, again, because the municipality's powers are limited, the province will have to assist us in achieving some of the recommendations within the Ernst & Young report. But those additional to-dos could yield between $15 to $20 million of additional revenue if the province were to work with us and act now. That would put us on a long-term path to sustainability. Where are we within the process? First of all, as you are all aware, we provided the information brief to council on the full plan on the 20th of April. And again, for clarity with the public, this was not the first time that we spoke about any of the sustainability plan. In fact, it has been an iterative process over the last years, and certainly a focused effort over the last 12 to 18 months. Recognizing, though, that it was the first time where we put it all together in one presentation, we allowed a 2-week period for council to enter into dialogue, discourse, discussion, debate, and observations with the public. That public engagement occurred through media, offering their views, social media, various letters we received, meetings we had, and input through our website, all of which I will provide some detail on in a few moments. Also, during that time, we made sure that all the information, all the reference material, etc., was indeed on the website, and we updated and modified our various summary sheets depending on the feedback we received. Today, on the 4th of May, we are at the first of what will be many decision briefs to council. Today are the preliminary approvals in principle for future staffing. In short, we are seeking broad guidance and direction this evening. There are a few exceptions where we would like final approval tonight, and on those, we will clearly identify them in the presentation. After Form A, the staff have a lot of work to do, in that we have to go through detailed implementation planning, which will include additional stakeholder engagement to help formulate those plans. And then we will return to council for final decisions as appropriate. And again, I will show you that for almost every item within the plan, there will be a return trip to council for those final approvals. Turning to the public feedback that we did receive over the past few weeks. First of all, I will mention that at the front end of this presentation, I'll only speak about the general themes. The specific feedback on specific initiatives will be highlighted as we work through the various parts of this presentation. In terms of engagement levels, I will simply show you them here. It's fair to say that engagement has been low, in that if you add that up and keep that in context, that there are 67,000 people in the city and 130,000 people within the region, we have not received what I would call broad and a large amount of feedback. The one addition to what has been posted since last Friday is we did receive an additional 24 emails over the weekend. Generally speaking, the observations that we have received have been a mix of positive, neutral, and negative support. The general themes are as follows. First of all, there was generally broad-based recognition that it was a comprehensive, action-oriented plan. They liked the continuous improvement initiatives that were within it, and certainly recommended that we do as much more of that as we possibly could. There was a general belief that the time for talk is over. It's time to make decisions and to move forward. Phrases such as "it's time to rip the Band-Aid off" were common in terms of themes, in terms of the input we received. Again, in terms of a common theme, most recognize the importance of comprehensive property tax reform. They also recognize that there was a lot of information to digest in a very short period of time. There was recognition of the challenges and acceptance that tough decisions needed to be made. However, and I wasn't quite sure how to word this in a bullet, so please allow me to explain, although most people recognize that we have challenges that needed to be solved, and they recognize that we needed to make tough decisions, it was clear through the comments that self-interests were, to a degree, being voiced. There's a phrase that I don't like much, but it's called "not in my backyard." It is indicative of what I'm trying to reference at this point in time, where people were generally supportive of cuts or changes within the plan that did not affect them directly. But if it did affect them directly, then they were obviously less interested or less supportive. Those are the general comments. And again, I'll provide some specific comments as we work through the presentation. Turning to the plan itself, again, 3 prongs. I don't propose to review them here, but just to remind everybody, we are working on all 3 prongs concurrently. This, if I had to capture in one slide the challenge we face in terms of sustainability, this is the slide that I would use. Historically, the costs in the city of St. John increase at about 3% per year over the long term. And again, historically, our revenue or our growth increases at 1% per year. Therefore, you have a gap, which years ago, decades ago, would have been fairly small, but over the years and decades, that gap continues to grow. And that is the essence of our structural deficit, of our systemic challenge when it comes to our sustainability. Now, for clarity and for precision, I am not for a moment saying that our costs grow every year at 3% and our revenue grows every year at 1%. That would be wrong. But overall, when you balance it out over the years, that is, in essence, the challenge that we face. The cost line at 3% seems alarming. I would simply point out, however, that included within that cost line is inflation. So that is the summary of the essence of our sustainability challenge. The same graph now highlights what has happened in the past few years. First of all, again, we see our cost line at 3%, our growth line at 1%. And over the last 3 years, we have received interim government funding to address the gap between the two. That interim government funding was part of an agreement that the city entered into with the province, whereby we would receive that interim government funding, but in the same time period, and I need to stress that, in the same time period, the city and the province would work together to address the transformational reforms that are required to eliminate the systemic challenges in the long term. On the 31st of December of this year, the interim government funding ceases, but none of the necessary transformational reforms have been implemented. And therefore, we find ourselves in a position where the funding is gone, but the policies have not changed. And therefore, there is a requirement to address the entire $10 million deficit in one foul swoop, in other words, over the next 6 months, so that on the 1st of January of 2021, we are in a position where our costs match our revenue. That is the purpose of prong 2 and select elements of prong 1 that we can get done in time. Once we have balanced those two lines or had them intersect on the 1st of January, the very next day, the gap begins anew. And therefore, we are still into the requirement to have the transformational reforms. Once those transformational reforms are achieved, and not necessarily all of them, but certainly some of them, we should be in a position whereby our cost line comes down and our growth line, or our revenue line, not necessarily all through growth, but our revenue line comes up. And as soon as those two lines match, in other words, our costs match our revenue, then we have achieved long-term sustainability. Until that point in time, we will continue to be discussing what's next on the chopping block and what additional fees are we going to impose for additional revenues. Therefore, these transformational reforms, or the rest of prong 1 and our prong 3 initiatives, are fundamental to our overall sustainability plan. This evening, I would wish to address prong 2 first. It is our most immediate challenge in terms of addressing the forecasted deficit of $10 million annually for the years of 21 and 22. As a sidebar note, again for precision, the deficit in 2021 may actually be a little less than 9 million in terms of our forecasting, and the forecast in 2022, it may be a little bit more because, of course, it grows every year. But overall, as an average over that 2-year period, we are still estimating $10 million annually. There are 4 guiding principles. We spoke about them at length at the last presentation. I do not plan on reviewing them today. The plan that we have developed for that $10 million can be broken down in this pie chart. One of the principles we looked at is to try to find a solution whereby everyone contributes. On this pie chart, you see that our workforce, through salary adjustments and through reduction in the size of the workforce, will achieve 50% of the required deficit reduction. Our continuous improvement initiatives will address another 11%. The changes to various service deliveries will address 25%, shown there as community. The region, in terms of our user fees and our differential rates on such things as parking, will contribute approximately 4%, or $400,000. And business, we feel, from a staff perspective, ought to contribute as well. They are a significant portion of our tax base. And under the model of everyone contributes, they should. And in our current plan, we see them contributing 10% of the total requirement, or $1 million. How is this broken down? The first $5 million, as I said, is through workforce adjustments. You have seen this slide before, but I have been intentionally light on the detail. And based on comments that I've heard from councillors over the last 2 sessions, I feel obliged to provide a little bit more detail today, even though we are still in collective bargaining with all of the unions, whereby collective bargaining applies at this point in time. So I'm going to start at the top of the slide and work my way through, but again, understanding that because we are in collective bargaining, what I can say is limited today. To achieve $5 million, and based on the proportional size of each of the organizations and their current salary envelope, for fire to do its share, the fire department will have to cost avoid $1.36 million starting on the 1st of January. That, in our view, can be done by, first of all, diminishing their normal pay raises. And certainly, as we have done elsewhere, we would wish them, ideally, to take a pay freeze for at least 2 years. But that is an issue for collective bargaining. The pay freeze alone will not achieve the $1.36 million. And therefore, the fire department will be reduced in size. How much of a reduction will depend on the results of the collective bargaining. For police, we do not control, we the city and the city staff and this council does not control the collective bargaining process for the police. That is in fact done by the police commission. Collective bargaining has broken down and the union has requested binding arbitration. Therefore, it is unlikely that through binding arbitration, we would receive a arbitrator's ruling that would see us being able to save or to cost avoid $1.175 million. And therefore, we do anticipate that the size of the police force will also be reduced in order for them to achieve their contributions to the $5 million in workforce adjustments. Exactly how that reduction would occur is also up to the police commission to decide, but this council did provide 1 year's advance notice to the police commission of the requirement to achieve 1.175 million in cost avoidance. For Local 18, the outside workers, we have a tentative agreement that has not been reviewed by council, nor has it been ratified by the membership. It will require that approval and that ratification to move forward, but the tentative agreement would satisfy the requirement for Local 18 to achieve $960,000 in cost avoidance. For the inside workers, their contract does not end until the end of 2021, and therefore we are not in collective bargaining, and therefore we do not have, although we requested it, we do not have the mechanism of imposing any sort of wage freeze on 486. Therefore, 486 contribution to the $5 million or 50% of the deficit will be achieved in its entirety through workforce reduction. And we have a plan in place to reduce the size of 486, the inside worker workforce, by 7 to 9 personnel to achieve that reduction. You see the value for management and professional staff. This one is resolved at this point in time in that the management and professional staff will take a 0% pay raise for 2021 and 2022, and they will actually also see a reduction in their size. And in fact, the final figure, subject to the detailed implementation that we are still undertaking, is 5.5 positions have been removed from the managerial staff. So that's an update on where we sit on the workforce adjustment requirements. I am confident as city manager that we will be able to achieve those figures for each of the work groups. What I cannot provide you today is exactly how that will occur and how many reductions it will result in, but let there be no doubt there will be significant workforce reduction. The outlier, of course, is transit. Transit is under a commission as well. We do believe that the workforce needs to contribute significantly to reductions that we want to see in transit. That is a challenge that faces the commission at this point in time. And certainly the transit review that is ongoing will help inform those decisions that must be taken. Turning to the next $5 million. This is our proposal of how we achieve that $5 million. To explain the columns, first of all, the terminology hopper is the value that was presented to council when these various items went for what we have called secondary screening. You will recall that they were presented as ideas, thought out ideas, but ideas nonetheless, last October. They were further developed and presented to council on the dates you see in this column. The value you see here was the value when it was presented. Based on comments from council, based on further analysis and additional calculations, within the plan, we are recommending these 22 items. I will remind you there was well over 40 to 50 of them. We are recommending that these 22 items be actioned. That will achieve $4 million in cost avoidance, either through increased revenue or operating cost reductions. That does not get us to 5 million, it gets us to 4. The additional $1 million has been achieved, or will be achieved rather, through the various continuous improvement initiatives that council has been briefed on over the last months, which I will not review this evening because they are all on track and were discussed and presented to you at the last briefing that we provided 2 weeks ago. The continuous improvement initiatives do not require any further approvals from council in order to implement them. So the $1 million is well on track. The $4 million are these 22 items. For these 22 items, I mentioned that we would be returning back to council to seek final approvals. Let me just go down this list very quickly and explain to you why we do need to come back to council, even if we receive support in principle this evening. Items 1 and 2 require bylaw change. Items 3 and 4 for fire fees require bylaw change. Item 5, we have already had council approve the subsidization policy, but the rates associated with that policy need to come back to council for approval. On-street parking increase needs to come back to council because of the model we're going to use, where we are going to have differential rates through the city and therefore bylaw change required. Monthly parking increase has already occurred. The non-residential differential parking rate will require bylaw change and therefore will come to council. Adelaide Street, number 10, has already been actioned. Heavy vehicle permits has not even gone through a secondary screening by council. This item was slow to develop. It did develop based on our desire that everyone should contribute, and we are trying to find the best possible solution for industry to contribute. I don't want to revisit everything that was already discussed some time ago this evening, but in the subsequent slides, because we have not explained to you heavy vehicle permits, we intend to do so in the next few slides. 12 and 13 do not require any further decision after tonight from council. 14, we have to come back with which arena we would close. 15 is simply adjusting shift changes, etc., and this would not need to come back to council. The asphalt overlay program is simply a reduction, would not need to come back to council. Same thing with suspension of the growth reserve and freezing of goods and services. Those are simply budgetary adjustments, and they would come back to council when you approve the budget for next year. Transit redesign obviously will come back to council in terms of where the efforts should be. Casual workforce adjustments would not need to come back to council. They would simply be budgetary adjustments, as would be the council budget reduction. It would be a budgetary discussion. That it was designed to simply give you a flavor that the vast majority of these are coming back to council, but a few we can simply forge ahead with. With that, since again, heavy vehicle permits was not described in any detail whatsoever, I'd like to hand over the microphone at this point in time to our Chief Traffic Engineer, Mr. Tim O'Reilly, to explain to you in some detail what our current thinking is on heavy vehicle permits. And then once he explains our current thinking, I will come back, explain to you the challenges associated with the program and what our recommendations are. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thank you, City Manager. You can hear me okay?
Yep.
Thank you. So, Your Worship Council, thanks for this opportunity. I guess, first of all, I remember back to 2018, 2 years ago, I was before council a number of times that year to present to you different strategies associated with phase 2 of your transportation strategic plan. One of those strategies was specific to goods movement within the city of St. John. The theme of that presentation 2 years ago is very much the same theme as this presentation this evening. This is all about a balance. It's a balance between recognizing the economic benefits that the industrial, heavy commercial, resource-based sectors in our community play for both St. John, the St. John region, and the province, while at the same time balancing those benefits with some of the impacts that come with those types of properties within St. John to do with the heavy truck traffic associated with it. In terms of the impact on traffic congestion, impact on roadways, increased congestion, etc., pollution, noise, dust, etc. So it's really a balance between those economic benefits with the impacts on this heavy trucking within St. John. That's what this presentation is all about. Next slide, please, City Manager. In terms of the impacts of heavy vehicles on roadways generally, there's lots of research out there, lots of best practices that quantify that, yes, there is significant impact of heavy vehicle traffic on roadway deterioration. That impact on the load of a truck onto the street is not just linear with increase in weight, it's actually exponential. So the heavier the vehicle, the exponential increase in damage to the roadways. In terms of some comparisons, there's lots of different variables out there that determine an impact, the exact impact of trucks on the roadway, whether it be the heaviness of the truck, the axle spacing, etc. But generally, the best practices indicate that a transport truck fully loaded impacts about the same level of impact on the roadway as 8,000 to 12,000 vehicles. Most of St. John streets, for a little more context, takes about 20,000 vehicles per day, some of the heaviest roads. So 2 to 3 trucks on St. John roads causes just as much impact as all traffic throughout the day. In terms of St. John specific costs, certainly the Gardner-Pinfold report has some very good contextual information around costs specific to road damage and other sectors of the services we provide, at $2.5 million for roads. The other impact that the city manager spelled out 2 weeks ago was the opportunity costs of the decreased property values in St. John compared to its surrounding communities, which is very unique in Canada. I've had the privilege to be your traffic engineer for over 12 years, and certainly the impact is significant in terms of those quality of your life impacts. In 2018, as I mentioned, I was discussing the goods movement strategy. First of all, as you see down the right-hand slide, I won't indicate them all, but there was a series of policies that we had adopted by council in 2018. Very well-rounded set of policies to try to find that balance within St. John. As part of those policies, with both short-term and long-term implications, was the notion of an overweight, oversized truck permitting program. The big difference between the short-term and long-term policy stances on that program had to do with sustainability opportunities through for 2018 through 2020. So the level of effort and impact of that sustainability was going to impact how far we had to expand that program. And obviously, it's very clear at this point what our sustainability opportunities are and what the impacts need to be for 21 and 22. As it was 2 years ago, did an extensive amount of consultation with industry, certainly not as expansive as some of the input that was provided in the last couple of weeks, but well-rounded input from the transportation sectors of food processing, resource processing, construction, your typical transport companies, etc. That'll occur in 2018. And your commitment from me this evening is that if Council continues to support us investigating this option further, we will continue that road of consultation with a broader range of stakeholders. Next slide, please. The next few slides gives a picture of some of the components of the program that we're currently considering as staff. And I'll caveat that with the fact that these are just considerations at this point. Each one of these components will be vetted further, including with industry feedback. This particular slide points out the thought of 3 different permit types that we'd be intended to explore. I'll start halfway down the page at the overweight and oversized load permits. These 2 permit types align very well with the Motor Vehicle Act within the province and are very common across Canada. I will point out with the overweight vehicle permitting item, there will also be a focusing on streamlining the spring weight restriction program that we have each year. So in both 2018 and 2019, we had very significant construction projects happening in each of those springs. In one case, the company needed to move trucks in to support that project. In 2019, a company needed to move a truck out of that project during spring weight restrictions. We had to go through a 4-week process of getting council resolution to amend that particular weight restrictions bylaw in order to allow those companies to proceed. As part of this process, we will be streamlining that process to permit heavy vehicles during spring weight restriction times. A benefit, in my view, in terms of business. Going back up to the top of the page, so the overweight and oversized load certainly does impact some vehicles within the community, but it targets the very large, I'll use a technical term, very large and very heavy vehicles for overweight and oversized loads. Certainly there are a lot of medium to smaller sized trucks that also do impact on the roadway. And in addition to that, we also didn't want to focus on 1 or 2 sectors within the community. We wanted, as City Manager mentioned throughout his presentation earlier, the intent of this program is to have those costs dispersed among many sectors, not just a few. So the intent as well with this program is to introduce the heavy vehicle permits as well to identify cost recovery from those smaller type vehicles. Just in terms of vehicle types, so this slide gives some level of reference to trucks that are in different weight classes. So in this is actually a modified version of the United States Federal Highway Administration vehicle classification system. In red, on both the left and right side of the picture, are vehicles that are considered heavy duty. These are vehicles that are above that 11,800 kilogram rated gross vehicle weight that would be included in that heavy vehicle permit program. I do have a caveat there that they show a couple of buses. Our indication at this point is we would not be including buses as part of this program. In yellow are considered medium duty vehicles. The difference between the green and the yellow is a 4,500 kilogram weight level. That 4,500 kilogram weight level is what we currently use to define our truck routes and what size the truck needs to abide by truck routes. So all the trucks in yellow and red are all trucks that need to stay on truck routes within the City of St. John. Slide, please. There's some other parameters that we're considering as part of this program too. Again, all contingent on that feedback from industry and other stakeholders. Different types of permits, day, quarterly, annually. The main purpose for the annual ones is we definitely have a lot of companies in St. John that operate trucks on a daily basis. So certainly there'll be somewhat of a bulk rate for those annual type permits as opposed to daily will be higher on a day-to-day basis. In terms of the rates, we're considering at this point matching what the province charges for both overweight and oversized. Those are just identified within the Motor Vehicle Act. And then in terms of the heavy vehicle permit, we're considering a modest $200 per year fee that might be prorated, etc. Again, all depending on that stakeholder engagement. Certainly, we're focusing on city streets. We have no jurisdiction over provincial highways. I have the word enforcement there. We are looking at enforcement, but it's more broader to compliance as well. So certainly communications, signage, etc., to support compliance, and there may also be exceptions that we'll explore. Next slide, please. This slide on the left and right shows the authority to implement what we're looking to do. And on the right-hand side is a scan of best practices considering this program. So on the right-hand side, I guess I'll say very clearly, there's a lot more evidence throughout Canada of municipalities implementing overweight and oversized load permits. Examples are up on the screen there now. It's very common for a municipality to use what's in the provincial act and mirror those permit types to a degree. That's very common. What's not so common within Canada is that notion of the heavy vehicle permits. Certainly the outlier is what we're seeing so far is British Columbia, where they're acting more on a regional perspective, consolidating and harmonizing some of their bylaws at the municipal level. For example, that 11,800 kilogram weight limit to define what a heavy truck is. But also in terms of specific municipalities in and around Vancouver. So New Westminster actually requires a permit paid for any truck that's over that 11,800 kilogram that needs to come off a defined truck route. In Vancouver, they actually use that as part of their permitting process for commercial loading zones within Vancouver. So a lot of alignment in terms of defining what that truck is and some of the practices around it that has some bearing on what we're looking at here in St. John. In terms of the authority for what we're looking to do, there are two provincial acts, being the Local Governments Act and the Motor Vehicle Act, that are used the basis for this proposed heavy vehicle permit program. They currently provide support for the introduction of the overweight and oversized permit types. However, changes to the Motor Vehicle Act would be required to proceed with the third component of this program, being heavy vehicle permits. At this time, with Council's endorsement, staff will continue to pursue all three permit types through the implementation plan. Motor Vehicle Act changes to allow the introduction of the heavy vehicle permit type will be pursued through the appropriate channels as part of the implementation plan in a continued effort to share that financial burden between a broader range of trucks. And with that, I'd like to turn it back over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. This is one area where we obviously received quite a bit of feedback, both online in terms of letters, and also I chaired a meeting specifically to this subject on the 29th of April, where we did have some businesses represented, both Irving group of companies were represented, as was Cook Aquaculture and some others. The Trucking Association was represented, as was the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters Association. I did promise them at that meeting, and I am one to keep my promises, that their views from that meeting would be represented here this evening. So what you see as the third bullet on this slide are their views, and also reinforced by the online comments and the various letters that were received. Basically, it is fair to say that they are not supportive of this program. They believe that no detailed impact study has been conducted, and they are correct in that, and that there has not been sufficient engagement with the stakeholders in the past few months. They already, and they said this quite clearly, believe that they pay enough taxes, and the detailed plan is lacking at this point in time. So it is difficult for them to comment in detail when they do not have the detail. They further believe that the implementation of this program in terms of timing is simply wrong, as we are coming out of COVID-19 recovery. And they have also stated in a number of different words, this is my phrase, not theirs, but it certainly, I think, reflects what they were saying, that the impact on businesses will be profound. They also voiced views that this was not being done elsewhere, that it would reduce the competitive advantage of St. John, and decisions were being made without all the facts being presented or identified. if you will, the counter narrative to that is, first of all, I explained to them that we are taking an approach where everybody should contribute. And again, I show the pie chart that you saw earlier in the bottom right-hand corner of the slide, whereby this measure would see business, or if you will, industry, contributing 10% to the overall deficit challenge of 2021-2022. We did stress that this is an interim measure until comprehensive tax reform could be completed, or an earlier transfer of heavy industrial tax to the city. We did mention that our options for business or industry to contribute are very much limited, and that the reality is, let me rephrase that. Although we fully recognize that businesses do pay significant taxes, and it is not just property tax. They pay HST, they pay payroll taxes, they pay fuel taxes, et cetera, et cetera. Although businesses do pay significant taxes, the reality is, of all the taxes collected, municipalities only receive approximately 10 cents on every tax dollar. This is based on a number of different studies that have been done by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And also, as part of the counter narrative, although we understand that they certainly pay significant taxes, we need to recognize that the property tax rate in the city of St. John has not increased in the last 11 years. We did assure them that details would follow through implementation planning and that there would be extensive stakeholder engagement. We also stressed to them that council will make a final decision, if a decision at all, only after the detailed implementation planning was complete. On their notion that the impacts will be profound, we do, with respect, believe that they are perhaps overstating it. With a maximum value of an annual pass being $200 per truck, that equates to 55 cents per day. And even if they transfer that entire cost to their consumer base, the impact would, in our opinion, be minimal, but that impact does need to be confirmed through an impact assessment. There is also the consideration right now that fuel costs are down significantly. So although there is never a good time to do this, and certainly it is not a good time to do it with COVID-19 recovery, fuel costs is a consideration. Therefore, the recommendations that we are offering this evening, which will be part of our overall $10 billion recommendations that I'll get to in a moment, are that, first of all, with respect to this heavy vehicle truck permit, that council recognize the challenges associated with the program and direct the city manager to return to council with a detailed plan for their review and either approval or denial. And that plan must include stakeholder engagement and impact analysis. And some of the other challenges, such as the legal considerations, are obviously included within that detailed implementation. Further, we would ask that council recognize that reduction in the target value of this program, which is probable at this point in time, by putting a limit of $200 per truck, by perhaps not being able to do everything we want in terms of the heavy vehicle permit, and perhaps only being limited to oversized and overweight vehicles. The reality is we may not achieve the $1 million target, and should council decide to completely kill this initiative or not pursue it any further, then we would be a total of $1 million short in terms of our overall sustainability initiatives. And finally, because this is the sustainability initiative of the 22 that would affect growth, we are recommending that if deficit forecasts are reduced, or if we find savings in revenues in other initiatives are higher than expected, that this program would be the priority for reduction in its target value moving forward. Your worship, members of council, we will have other recommendations on all prong 2 initiatives and the sustainability standby initiatives in a few moments, but these are the specific recommendations to do with the heavy vehicle truck permit. And again, it is $1 million of the $4 million we are recommending. And if that is adjusted or removed at this point in time, we will have no choice but to delve into the standby initiatives. How far we go down this list would depend on two key factors: the actual size of the deficit as we approach the next fiscal year, and secondly, how successful we would be at achieving the targets on the other 21 initiatives shown on this slide. Understanding the spirit of why the motion was tabled earlier within the presentation, and I'm referring to the deputy mayor's tabling, I would suggest that perhaps this is an appropriate point in time, if council would so choose, to enter into the discussion and perhaps lifting off the table the deputy mayor's motion.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. Can you, I don't know if there's a way to stop sharing that screen. Yep, perfect, thank you. Okay, so first we need a motion to lift that item from the table. Councillor Armstrong is, okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong moved it, the deputy mayor seconded it. So we'll just vote on the tabling item first to remove it from the table. So I'll call that question. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. And anyone contrary-minded? Not seeing any. Okay, that motion is back on the table. And we'll open up for discussion, comments. Councillor Armstrong, kick us off.
Thank you, Worship. Looking through this sustainability, I'll probably say things, I'm not going to regret anything I say. I don't tell you, start right off the hop. Being in business, and if my business is in trouble, I'm not going to raise my beer prices and chase my customers away. My first reaction, and as far as I know, and I know a lot of business people, the first reaction is to cut and not services, because that's all we do is cut services. We have to, I look at my labor force. If Blake Armstrong has to work more hours, that's what he does to stay in business. Hope is not a plan. As the city manager said, we might get to the 1 million. We might. We could lose 3 million in business here implementing this. No one can tell me that. No one can tell me that Armour down at Haymarket Square could move to Quispamsis tomorrow. He's a national organization and a big player in this business, a huge player in this business. So we have to look at hope, again, is not a plan. I'm dead set against this because it's like everything. All we do is cut services and add taxes and hope the money comes in. That's not getting to the root of the problem at all. The root of our problem is our expenses are too high. Our workforce is too high. Bottom line, the workforce is too high. It's in your own figures here, city manager. 6 people are $860,000. That's $100 and some thousand a person. Something is not balanced here. We have to look at this stuff. We're going for a wishing well of adding cost. Our credibility is out the window. You wonder why the outlying areas don't want to work with us? Because we have zero credibility. Even the provincial government, if you read the letter, gave us zero credibility. But we've been hearing that for years. I've been hearing it for years. We have to look after ourselves. We have to adjust our problems to make it work. And harsh they can be. But you know what harsh is? The 5,000 people out of work today because of this COVID. Not the 5,000 people still getting paid, but the 5,000 people out of work. That's who I reflect from. That's where I come from. So I'm dead set against this. We have to, you keep bringing back hope. Everybody wants hope. But in business, the numbers never lie. And you have it right in your graph. 3%, we might get 1% growth. We pray for 1% growth. And it might not happen. That's all I'll say for right now. I'm never going to support this trucking tax or anything else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Well, I won't be supporting it for a number of reasons. First of all, and maybe Tim O'Reilly can come in at some time and tell me, I want to make sure I understand what he's saying and everything. He's saying that every truck that's 11,800 kilograms, which is the gross vehicle weight, will have to get a permit. That's every truck in the city. That's every dump truck. That's every delivery truck, not just the big tractor trailers. That's every truck, except maybe not a half ton. I'm assuming they're a lesser weight. How would we will make the money on the permits. Yes, the city will charge every one of these owners, truck owners, to get a permit. Enforcement, we haven't got anything for enforcement because first of all, our police department doesn't have the manpower to do it. The second thing is we don't have any scales in the city. So if I'm driving a truck, how are you going to determine whether my truck is 11,800 kilograms? Or how do you know whether it's oversized or overweight? We don't have the equipment to do that, nor do we have the manpower to do that. And I just think my biggest thing on this is that it's going to destroy the city for growth because every trucking company, every person that knows a trucker, every person that gets a product delivered, and you may think that this cost is not going to go to the bottom line, but of course it will. And you'll never know that, and I'll never know that as a fact, but it will go there. That's where everything goes. I mean, it's going to destroy us because it's the perception that St. John is just too sticky. They have too many rules. They don't want to do business in St. John, that we don't like having trucking companies, that we don't like. It's not all heavy industry. It's, everything. It's all the trucks. I mean, it's every trucking company we have. I just think it's such a negative. And we're not going to, all the money that we will get by putting this on is if people do get permits, and most likely a lot of them will not bother because they know that we're not going to have enforcement. We have so many bylaws on the books in our city that we can't enforce these bylaws, and they're just a waste of time putting them on there. And it's the perception, it's what people are going to think about it. And then on the other hand, we spend all this money on economic development and think we're doing a great job. And on the other hand, you're destroying it. So why bother spending any money on economic development if we're going to try to chase all the businesses out of the city? And we don't want any people living in our city that work for trucking companies or heavy industry. We're against it all. And that's what's going to be perceived. And it's not going to be a positive for the city. And where do we get the money? You can talk about offsetting. Well, we got to look at the Ernst & Young report. You got to look at these things. We had them undertaken. So why do we get reports and put them on the shelf? Anyway, I don't know what else I can say. I just think it's a bad thing for the city.
Okay, thank you.
Your worship, members of council, just a point of clarity, and certainly I understand and respect the deputy mayor's viewpoint on all this, but a point of clarity is if we go with the heavy vehicle permit, and understand there are three different things we're talking about. We're talking about oversized, we're talking about overweight for the road classifications, and then we're also talking about the heavy truck permit. If we go with the heavy truck permit, we would not go below 11,800 kilograms. So the only trucks that it applies to are the ones shown in pink on this slide. The other types of trucks would not be included within this program. And of course, as part of the vehicle registry, the weight of the vehicles are included as part of the vehicle registry. So it's easy for us to know which vehicles it applies to and not. I just wanted to offer up that point of clarity on
and I appreciate that, but that includes a lot of vehicles. And I really, if we have to go with this, I don't see why or how we should exempt our buses just because we own them. That's not fair either. And our dump trucks that we have will have to pay permits too. Because if we expect the private people to do it, then the city should do it. Anyway.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy. Look, I'm going to go to the next speaker. It's 8:55. We've got a long night ahead of us, I think. So if we can, as we're making our comments, be as succinct as possible, and we can try to keep moving through this. Councillor Casey, I think you were next up, please. And you're muted there, sir. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, Shirley said most of it, but I'm okay with keeping it on the list for now to get some more information. Whether that's going to change my mind, I don't like the idea, to say the least. But I also don't like going down 9 on the standby list either. So it's either, anger the commercial industry truckers, or you anger the outside, the people, the outlying areas and the residents. So, I mean, it's not a good choice either way. So I'm kind of hoping there's an option 3 or 4, perhaps, that we can think of, or take some of that away or something. But I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hickey?
Thank you, Your Worship. Very quickly, just a quick question. In the presentation, City Manager, it mentioned examples of Fredericton and Moncton. Could you clarify on that? Just add more, perhaps, Tim.
Your worship, to the council, I'll let Tim O'Reilly give the specifics. But to be clear, they do not have a heavy vehicle permit, but they do consider oversized, overweight. Tim, please.
Yes, thanks, City Manager. So both Moncton and Fredericton do use the oversized permitting process. They do not currently use the overweight nor the heavy vehicle permits.
Any idea what kind of money it brings in, Tim?
I don't. Fredericton actually doesn't charge anything for their oversized permits. I know that for a fact.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I don't think I'll be in support of the tax. I would just say, my thought is on the larger scale of things, staff isn't looking to, isn't wanting to have to put this stuff forward, but, we're being put in a corner on this stuff. And, my urge to the public is that, this stuff will keep coming. And they will keep coming in different forms, but they will keep coming until we address we address our end. The looming sustainability issue is significant and it's huge. And we may turn this down today, but more will have to come. So that's all I have to say. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you. I had Councillor McKenzie. I see you, Councillor Reardon.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm still not convinced. I don't think we're there yet, and I think we got a long way to go. I would just as soon take the energy and time and look at the report. It tells us where we really can make significant cuts, and do it that way, because I think we could be much quicker on it. And there's no, from my perspective, it's a much better deal for the community at large, for our growth strategy, for our businesses, for everybody. So I think that, it's a lot of strategy, a lot of work, a lot of trying to policing. We're guessing on the million. There's a whole kinds of reasons why I think that we should start focusing our energy on the EY report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Reardon. Sorry, Councillor Reardon, did we lose you?
She was frozen.
Okay, thank you. We'll give her a chance to come back. Councillor Strobridge.
Thank you. Just through to Tim O'Reilly. Tim, did you say that currently no other jurisdiction in Canada, to the best of your knowledge, is doing this program?
The place that aligns best with a heavy vehicle permit program would be several municipalities in and around the Vancouver area in British Columbia. They use that number of 11,800 to identify what a heavy truck is. And then the different municipalities use that number to issue permits in different ways. So that's the closest in terms of the heavy vehicle permit program that we're looking at. But the oversized and overweight permitting program is very common at both the municipal level and provincial level across Canada.
Sorry, the last part, you said that the other portion of the plan that you're looking at is very common across Canada, or is not?
It is common. The overweight and oversized permitting program is very common across Canada.
But sorry, Tim, sorry to interrupt, Councillor Showbridge, but that's what, Tim, I just want to be careful here. That's not what folks are objecting to. I mean, I came from that industry of overdimensional, overweight, and no problem for the 2 homes a year you're going to put in a municipality, you're going to pay a couple $100. I just want to make sure I'm following along properly. What other municipalities are putting on the everyday vehicles, and what the industry was pushing back on us on from the city manager's call last week? What other municipalities are doing what we're proposing on that piece of day-to-day business?
Yeah, so that would be the heavy vehicle permit.
Right.
And again, municipalities in and around the Vancouver area use that 11,800 kilogram number for a heavy truck. The city of New Westminster requires any truck that comes off of a truck route to get such a permit. And then in Vancouver, they require any truck that is of that weight that parks in a loading zone pay a permit fee. And there are other examples like that across that area, but those are 2 clear examples. Certainly, that type of heavy vehicle permit type is not common across Canada.
Okay, so we're not looking to reinvent the wheel here. We're just looking to copycat what, say, those cities in British Columbia are doing.
In a way, so certainly the biggest difference for us here in St. John is we have that target of $1 million. So we have to develop a program that either reaches that $1 million revenue target, or as the city manager says, if we don't get there, there has to be other ways to get to that $1 million. So that's the difference. In St. John, we are putting together an entire program of heavy vehicle, overweight, oversized to reach that revenue target, which is probably the significant difference than other places don't necessarily have to reach that revenue target. So we're using different methods of overweight and oversized that are across Canada. The examples that they use in and around Vancouver for heavy vehicle, and adjusting the permit fees to match the revenue requirements for this program.
Okay, thank you, Tim. So just to speak to council, I'm really on the fence about this one. I certainly don't want to create, economic hardship on anybody. I don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot, that's for sure. And maybe trying to get $1 million out of this might be setting the target too high. And maybe we should just consider doing a smaller portion of it instead of doing the whole thing. I'm not sure. Maybe go back to the drawing board again. Like I said, kick the ball down the road a little further and see what we come back with. I'm really I'm at this point in time listening to the debate and the presentation. I don't know where I'm going with this one, to be honest with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Norton, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Reardon. Councillor Norton, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The councillors have said a lot of the same things. They talked about the messaging with this one, concerned with a program that hasn't been implemented more close to home, that has been implemented way out west, given the landscape, the jurisdiction, the legislative authorities of those places and those provinces. It's much different. There's much different. I'm concerned with things that I don't have right now, the full articulation of costs as it relates to the establishment of the program, enforcement. I've heard as much as it could be 50% of the cost, the cost of the revenue generated could go towards the initial development of the program and enforcement and voluntary compliance. Voluntary compliance is one of those buzzwords in the municipal landscape that I absolutely hate. Because at the end of the day, what it means is you're essentially relying on the goodwill of people to pay a fine. And I can see how somebody that is driving on an arm's length amount of pavement to get to the port off of a provincial highway is probably not going to see the wisdom in doing so. Industry, we're an industrial town, folks. There's no way that we can change that. Arguments as it relates to double and triple taxing are out there. Those are narratives that would be very difficult to compete. For me, the E&Y report clearly suggests that we have internal concerns as it relates to our operations. The manning of our operations is too high. You can do less. You can do more with less. That is clearly mentioned in the Ernst & Young report. As it relates to our workforce, what are we doing there? We have industry and business that can pick up at the drop of a hat and locate to an LSD outside of our borders if they wanted to. And we're talking about filling our industrial parks. These two narratives run at loggerheads. We have to find a way to allow some of the monies to come back to the city of St. John that arguably experiences much of the wear and tear as it relates to heavy truck traffic. But to cause those folks to pay more or double or triple when they're already paying more, I don't see the wisdom in that. That's a fight that we have to have with the province, not with industry that's building opportunity here. And it's a good time for industry to get on side because the message is to industry, you're paying your fair share. We're just not getting our fair amount. More of it has to come back here. And we need to see that. Councillor Hickey said these ideas will continually start to resurface. I don't doubt it. Concerns have been mentioned this evening.
I can't hear very well.
Concerns have been mentioned this evening that also we're tired of neighboring communities infighting. This is one of those things that helps fuel those arguments. These are the types of things that are not beneficial with our partners that do so much in industry. I can't support this for a laundry list of reasons. I need to look internally more at our operations and less at the landscape and the people that are contributing to our economy and helping build it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Reardon.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to support the deputy's motion. I don't have a long laundry list of reasons why I'm going to do it. I'm just going to say one thing. I'm taking a gamble tonight based on information I've gathered over the last few days. I discovered that a lot of industry owns, in fact, their own trucking companies. So they're big players, and I am gambling that $1 million, potential $1 million in cash may not be as valuable as having that crew for allies as we go to the province and we ask for, fair taxation. We ask for a portion of industry money back. We ask for cost sharing with the region. Those are the things we need to move forward, and we need some heavy voices with us to do it. And so that's why I'm going to go for it tonight, and we'll see what happens. I can always pull this rabbit out of my hat next year, and but for now, I'm going to give those guys the benefit of the doubt, and they claim they will support us going forward. So let's see what happens as we try to rally the troops together to go forward to get what we need to stay on a path of sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Merrithew.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good conversation on this one. Very good conversation. I can agree with so many points, and I'm like Ray. You sit on the fence with this thing. I do think everyone needs to pay their fair share. I do always believe that we can go down the road further and investigate this. And it doesn't mean we have to say yes or no to it tonight, but further investigation and the industry's input might actually come up with something that benefits everyone. So I am going to vote against the deputy mayor's motion, but I will say some great points. Councillor Armstrong, you're absolutely right. We've got a cost problem, we've got a labor problem, and we've got to attend to it. Councillor Norton's absolutely right as well. Everyone, and including the citizen, the city of St. John, pays their fair share. Believe me, the citizen of the city of St. John really pays their fair share. Everyone else pays their fair share. We just don't get our fair share. 10 cents in the dollar, it's just not there. So I'm not closing any doors at this time, and that's why I'll vote against it, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sullivan?
I really appreciate both discussions, and I'm glad the process has worked out this way because a lot of very good information has been shared. And really, it took me this long, till about 2 minutes ago, to get my head around where this item is in the process against the rest of the report that we have before us tonight. Because really, what we're saying with the city manager's recommendations is, should this go in the hopper and be looked at a little further? If this was presented to us in January as an idea to be further explored, as is suggested tonight, I think there's a good chance that it would have gone in the hopper without, maybe with some concerns expressed, but you know what, it's the hopper, we got another choice down the road. But the one piece that does really concern me about what would be necessary here is that even not all of this is within our control. Parts of it would require legislative change. And I worry about the list that we are giving and asking of the province. I really want to stay focused. Like, we're asking for some significant legislative change already with tax reform and regional facilities and arbitration and St. John Energy. That I would be concerned that piece of this adds to the laundry list and dilutes the focus of really some very big long-term sustainable needs that we need partnership with the province for. So I guess, if I were to say I want to put this in the hopper to look at a little further, I would probably say, yeah, put it in the hopper. If I'm putting the hopper in, do we seriously look at this moving forward now? I have moved in my position from 2 hours ago. But my other concern is still there, and I think many councillors have touched on it, that if we remove this from the list and choose for it not to move forward, and this might throw a wrench in the whole works, I am not satisfied that we automatically would have to go to that reserve list either. Because at the end of the day, if we're going to the reserve list, I would rather do this. But I think with all of the other information that we have in front of us, and I still think the concept of these industries helping us out and a further conversations moving forward with them, I think is needed. So I don't know where my hand will go in the final vote, but I think I wanted to make sure my concerns were registered and that council knew where my head was at. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick comments for me. I thank you. I think it was good discussion as well. I think just based on the city manager's presentation, the feedback we got, I just don't believe this idea is ready. I don't believe this idea should be on the table right now. It's not ready to be considered. I don't believe it should have been on the table, frankly, and hindsight's wonderful. We talked about folks sort of doing their share. I think folks should. I think we should take an opportunity, and we're going to do it tonight, actually, to call on the entire region to come together and put some solutions in place. I agree with you, Councillor Sullivan, in your summary, and each one of you have touched on it in one fashion or another. We don't have to go to the reserve list. I'm not interested, frankly, in wiping out parks programs and everything else. Many of you have referenced the EY report, which talks about a lot of opportunity there. So I think we do personally have other options. So I think this is the wrong narrative for us right now. I think it is not prepared. I think, with respect, I have a lot of respect for our staff, talking about trying to achieve $1 million target and, what's happening out in Vancouver versus what's happening here in Atlantic Canada, competitive advantage, all those kinds of things. I just think this is the wrong regressive policy if we were to put it in place here tonight. So, I rarely get to vote, but I would be voting in favor of the deputy's motion tonight if I got to vote. So. Okay, so the motion's on the floor. I'm going to call the question. Sorry, Councillor Hickey. Sorry, there you go. You're back. Okay, everyone's clear. The motion is to remove this item off the list. It's on the floor, so I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. And those opposed? Contrary minded? Thank you. Councillor Casey, Councillor Merrithew, and Councillor Sullivan. Okay, so the motion is carried. Okay, thank you for the debate. And back to you, City Manager.
Your worship, members of council, as Councillor Sullivan eloquently put it, the heavy vehicle permits was in a league of its own in that it had not gone through the secondary screening, and all of the discussion of the last 45 minutes has been, was basically to make a determination as to whether it should continue to move forward. And I understand the vote of council to not let it move forward. So understanding that that item is no longer on this list, you see the remaining items that are on the list. The total would obviously change to $3 million from $4 million on this list. In addition to those items, which have been discussed at length in various forums, and I've already mentioned to you that most of them, or certainly the significant ones, need to come back to council in the future, we also have the sustainability standby list. The staff spent a great amount of time listening to all the input from the preliminary screening, the hopper discussions, if you will, and understanding the relative importance and weight that council was placing on various considerations. That, combined with the feasibility of doing these things on relatively short notice, because if they're on the standby list, they might have to be executed on relatively short notice, and discussing and weighing the various impacts, this is the staff recommendation of the remaining viable sustainability options and their relative priority should we need to go for them. And a couple points, if I may. First of all, even with the removal of the heavy vehicle permit program, there's no guarantee that we will have to go to this at all. It will very much depend on what the deficit is for 2021, and it will very much depend on the yields that we get from the other 21 items, should they be approved. I also feel obliged, and although it will be discussed later on in the program this evening, to make a comment now, because you need to decide on this, to make a comment now about the Ernst & Young operational audit. You will find that we are providing a recommendation that we endorse it. We believe in it. It is a good report. I will simply caution that the short-term recommendations within that report, in other words, the ones that could be implemented in time for the 1st of January, not to get into all the details here this evening, but for all intent and purpose, Their short-term recommendations are going to be implemented. They're part of what you see in front of you, including the $5 million in workforce adjustments. There is significant other money tied to other recommendations within the Ernst & Young report, some achievable, some maybe not, but they are all longer term. And that's why you see them identified as a prong or a transformational reform part of the project, not addressing the challenges of 2021. I just felt important to put that clarity out there. So those are the two lists as we know them, as we are recommending them, and therefore we have 3 recommendations for you. The first is that you approve the implementation of the sustainability initiatives, which is the combination of the workforce adjustments and the list that I've just shown you, in order to achieve the entirety of the deficit, and understanding we're now $1 million short with the removal of heavy vehicle truck permits. That you direct the city manager to return to council as and when required for the implementation plan approval for those that require such. And thirdly, that you approve the implementation of the standby sustainability initiatives as the prioritized list to deal with any additional deficit challenges to balance the budgets in 21 and 22. Those are the 3 staff recommendations. And again, doing this by bite-sized chunks, subject to questions, comments. We would like, if possible, council deliberation and decision on these recommendations. You're on mute, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong, I'll just get some names. Okay, Councillor Armstrong, and then I saw Merrithew. Okay.
Okay.
Just one second, Councillor. Just let me get the names because everybody's got their hands up. Deputy, thank you, right across the list. John. Okay, Councillor Hickey. Okay, perfect. Go ahead, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to make a motion. It goes to the city manager to take another look at 1 million in workforce adjustment from the city, and see where we can come back with that. And
that's been seconded by Councillor Merrithew. Okay, anything else to add, Councillor?
yeah, I just say there's like 45,000 people out of work right now, not getting paid, and I believe we have to show that we're willing to take hard looks at everything in this city. Workforce, definitely. We have a $90 million payroll. 90 million. I mean, I've said it before, that's astronomical. So we got to look at it. As hard as it is for people, that's the reality. When there's 45,000 people out of work, now's the time to be looking at it. So that's where I'd like to move that motion. I hope I can get some support, and thank you for seconding it, Councillor Merrithew.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Merrithew, you're next up. You're muted, sir. Yeah. There you go.
There we go. Took a double tap. Thank you. I was going to actually speak to exactly what Councillor Armstrong said. I think if we, and I respect what council's decision is, I truly do. I think if we're not going to investigate truck tax and so on and so forth, then the first place I want to look to get that $1 million is from our cost. And the first place we're going to look, if we're going to look at cost, is going to be wages and benefits. So I'm fully support the councillor's motion. I want to see us in line. If we're going to take those reports we're talking about, Mr. Mayor, Gardner Pinfold and E&Y, and if we're going to hold them up high, I think we have to support every bit of them. And what we seem to fall down in those reports is our cost structure in regards to wages and benefits. So let's get it fixed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor. You're muted, Deputy. There you go.
Thank you, Worship. I will support the motion, but I just want to ask, like when we started doing, when the city manager started working through this evening on the sustainability report. And, you know, he puts up, and I'm just asking, like, we put up like 6 to 8 million we think we're going to get on regional cost sharing, another 8 million on the industrial tax. And then we talk about the 2.6 million, maybe might get that over time, I guess, from, I think, was dividends from St. John Energy. You know, some of it I can agree with, but like the 8 million in industrial tax, I think to myself, why do we keep on saying that when we've been told by the province at least 3 times you're not going to get it? So that's one thing I have a concern. And then when we talk about the $6 to $8 million in regional cost sharing, and I know that's for down the road, but we've got nothing, no concrete evidence, nothing to say that we're anywhere near that. Like, you know, like we just don't, we haven't even come into that. The other thing, and I'm going to talk quickly, is that when we talk about our workforce, we've got in our costs, like for instance, we say from the fire department that we want to reduce them 1.3 for 2021. Well, in the report in Ernst & Young, it very clearly says in there, well, I don't know if they're right, but I mean, they come up with the study and they compared us to other cities, and they're saying we're 32 to 40 firemen over, you know, too many. And then they've got in there that we're 10 to 12 or 15 too many people in the water department. Well, maybe we are, because, you know, we got a new water system now. You know, and why can't we make some of those decisions right in the next few months? Like maybe it's 1.3 we want fire to reduce. Maybe it has to be more. I mean, I know the city manager has to come back and make a recommendation, and I know nobody wants to reduce staff, but we have to do something, or we're never going to get the support of the community or ever balance this budget. So I leave it there. And the other thing in the report, one little other thing is that regional facilities, we talk about saving money there. It's unfortunate, but like right now, in 2020, this moment in time, the aquatic center is closed. I don't see where we can really open the aquatic center, because, you know, it was losing a tremendous amount of money before COVID-19. It's now going to lose more money. And so what? We have legislation that can be changed. If the province doesn't support us to close some of our facilities that's not making money or losing money in this time, well, I'm sure they will support us on that. I just keep thinking we keep talking about certain amounts of money and we don't have anything concrete. So why do we keep that? We got to get out of this on our own. And we've been told, when you come to the item tonight on the letter from the minister, everybody's going to know that we're in this. We got to get out of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Casey?
So are we just talking about the motion by?
Yes. Yep.
I think it's probably all been said or will be said. Shirley was very good, so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKenzie?
Thank you, Worship. I'll definitely support the motion. I think, you know, we commission these reports. They tell us what to do. Councilman Murphy said, all we got to do is follow them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hickey?
I don't have anything to add. I just had a couple questions for the main motion once we return to that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Norton? Sorry, you're muted, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to record my support for Councillor Armstrong's motion to go back and look at $1 million of workforce adjustments. You know, I think that the report was clear on that. We need to go back and see if there's some more room there. Come back to council with some suggestions on how we can make that work. So thanks for bringing the motion forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Strobridge. Yep.
Thank you. Can I just ask for the city manager to offer some feedback on the motion that council's currently debating?
Yep. Thank you, City Manager.
Your worship, through you to the councillor. I don't think it's where the effort should be. The workforce will already address 50% of the deficit, and they are 57% of our entire costs. To address 50% of the deficit, as I mentioned, there will be significant workforce reductions. For example, and the deputy mayor has brought it up a couple times now about the recommendations in Ernst & Young about reducing the size of our water department. That's going to be part of the first $5 million. A couple people have brought up the Ernst & Young comment about we can reduce the fire department by 32 to 40. They also go on to say that before that happens, there needs to be an in-depth impact analysis because they are not fire experts who understand the impacts of fire response and fire risk. I do believe that $5 million of workforce adjustments is the appropriate figure of a $10 million problem. My plea would be that if you wish more to happen in terms of workforce adjustment, that it be the last resort. There are other things that can be looked at instead of doing that. At the end of the day, it's not as if we have people sitting around doing nothing. There will be service impacts to the workforce adjustments that are already planned. To do more, I believe, will be extremely problematic. If you're not happy with the standby list the way it is, perhaps we can resurrect some other considerations. But no, as your city manager, I do not recommend doing more than the $5 million that's already planned.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Armstrong. You're muted, Councillor. Sorry, you're muted. There you go.
Thank you, Your Worship. Unfortunately, I have to totally disagree with the city manager. We have not a $10 million deficit. We have a $90 million problem. Not about the deficit. It's a $90 million, and I'm going to say it 1,000 times, expenditure in this $156,000 budget. That's over half. And in the labor force, we'd be out of business. That's just the bottom line. So my motion says what it's supposed to do, and I hope I have the support of council, because we have to look at that. That's the bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reardon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to hear from the city manager, and I think he does make a good point. I think we've done the 50% this year. Let's see where that goes. You know, everybody talks about a $90 million, like it's out of 166 million. We provide services. I mean, that's what you're spending your money on. You're spending it on labor because you provide services. We can't lose sight of that. We all want those services. We're all crying for those services. We're talking about roads all the time. We've got to put the money into them, but people want them plowed. And I mean, we've heard councillors say that's the most number of calls they get is when is a road being plowed? There's a lot of labor costs to plowing roads. So, you know, we can't forget about the labor and that it's a big component of what we provide for the city. So I'm gonna support the city manager on this one. I'm gonna vote against the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So look, here's just a couple of comments for me. Again, I rarely get to vote. So the Ernst & Young report, I think it's an incredibly important moment in our history here to take that report and implement it. It says there's $12 to $17 million worth of opportunity. What we're asking for here is for the city manager to report back on options to achieve another $1 million on top of the $5 million we've already given direction for. I don't doubt it's going to be difficult. We're in a very difficult spot. We have been in a very difficult spot for a long time. We're not sustainable. We have to keep pushing and pushing and pushing on tax reform and regional cost sharing. But in the meantime, we also have to demonstrate and grab the bull by the horns and address the systemic. I've talked about it for 4 years with you as a colleague, the systemic issues that we face. I think it's a very important time. I don't doubt it's tough. on the organization. And I don't take it lightly because this is people at the end of the day. But we have an obligation. We serve our taxpayers. We serve the citizens. They're tapped out. And I think we should support this motion. Thank you. Okay. Not seeing any other hands. Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you. Okay, thank you. And those contrary minded? Okay, just I see Councillor Reardon is contrary minded. Okay, thank you. The motion's carried. Thank you. City manager, so I guess that puts some new direction on those last items. So I'll just turn the floor back over to you again. I think you're muted, city manager. There you go. Yep.
Forgive me, I have to share my screen again. Just take me a moment. You don't need to see my email. Your worship, understanding the motion that was just passed, or as I believe I understand the motion that was just passed, I do not believe it fundamentally changes these recommendations. The only difference, if I could be so bold, is in the first one where we talk about address the 10 million through workforce adjustments at 50%. It now is address the 10 million through workforce adjustments at 60%. The rest of the plan, the tables, etc., remains the same. I still fundamentally believe we need a standby list, and council needs to be prepared to go to that standby list if any of the other initiatives fail to reach their target objectives. And I'm sorry, I have to say this, to continually go back to the workforce adjustment pool to achieve more, I believe would be inappropriate. And therefore, I am asking for support for these recommendations with the noticeable adjustment that workforce adjustments will now be 60%, but that council does support the standby list for any further requirements that may be identified.
Just a point of
the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Reardon.
Second, Sullivan.
Thank you. Thank you, Sullivan. Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Thank you. Just a point of clarity, city manager. So the standby list, and that will there be discussion with council in terms of what items being taken off? I'm just trying to understand. That's going to be a list that's there. If you need to go there, do you go there automatically, or is there discussion with council to say we have to go to that item?
Well, your worship, there would need to be discussion with council, but we would be coming to council and saying the bill is whatever, $180,000, and therefore our recommendation is number 1 and 2, whatever it would be aligned with that. We do not have the intention of continually revisiting the standby list to make sure the priority is correct. We believe the priority as listed is the way it should go, but clearly council would need to be made aware and support the move to the standby list.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hickey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, the motion that we had just passed didn't guarantee $1 million more in cuts in civil service. In staff. My interpretation of it was that it guaranteed a look to further cuts within that department. Is that correct? Sorry, I should have clarified it, but the words the city manager just said against that. It was not my interpretation.
That's not my understanding. I believe the motion was to find another $1 million from the workforce, which
right.
Again, I have difficulty with, but that's my understanding of what the motion was.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm in support of the staff recommendations at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Your Worship, I just want clarification, but I think I got it now. The 60% is how he added the $1 million in there. right? And
That's
that's
right.
where it comes
That's
up to
correct.
60%. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Casey, go ahead. You're muted.
Thank you, Your Worship. Let me see if I can remember what I was going to say. Yeah, I'm okay with the with everything there, the standby list. I might move things around a little bit, but you know, it's not a huge deal. You know, it's not going to break the, you know, change my decision or anything like that. But the other thing is, you know, there are a lot of things on the table. And I'm just, you know, I'd just like to see some, yeah, like we said before, I'd like to see some other options. I know time is, you know, a sensitive issue because we don't have a lot of time to get it done for 2021. But you know, but I mean, I just, you know, just right now, I got like 5 emails about, you know, public safety. It's like, and I'm sure they're all copied and pasted, the same thing. And you know, that's, I mean, that's good. We like to see the engagement, but you know, like, what are you willing to give up though? Is, you know, some feedback on that would be, you know, would help as well. Don't just say don't cut, you know, public safety and not say, well, you know, do you want less road maintenance? Do you want, you know, less ball fields? You know, because otherwise we're just going to make the decision ourselves without any feedback from you. So, you know, something like that would be, you know, some sort of communication or something would be helpful to get out there. You know, maybe some ideas, you know, other than the ones we have would be good, but you know, that we can, you know, preferably that we can do for 21, 22, which is pretty limited, obviously. But yeah, but yeah, the recommendation is fine there. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we've been communicating, to your point, Councillor, for 4 years. So it's we're at a crossroads here tonight. So thank you. Okay, on the recommendation, then I see no other hands, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary minded? Okay, not seeing any. Motion's carried. Back to you, City Manager. You're muted again, City Manager, I think.
Your worship, good thing I was muted so you didn't hear my reaction to realizing that I was muted again. Moving on to the prong 1 initiatives, and I'll try to get through these as quickly as possible, but there are important recommendations that we need from council on each of these. First of all, in terms of policies, you are all aware that we now have an entire suite of financial policies through tremendous effort from the staff, but also support from council and the finance committee to get them all in place. The issue, of course, moving forward from here is to maintain the discipline that we have shown over the last year in terms of following those financial policies. The chart you see at the bottom has the compendium, if you will, or the amalgamation of all the various different policy documents that exist within our structure. It starts with the supporting plans at the bottom, some key items such as council priorities, organizational objectives, and various environmental analysis. 2 keystone documents being Plan SJ and the 10-year financial plan. What is missing right now is the overall 10-year vision and strategy. Arguably, that should have been written first, but because of other requirements, we dealt with everything below it. But it is time for, we believe as staff, It is time to start talking about much more than just finances. It's time for the city to have discussion on where we wish to be 10 years from now. Part of that vision and strategy needs to be the notion of Greater St. John and regional cooperation within it. This graphic that we have recently designed speaks about the importance of one region, one mission, regional goals, regional vision, and various puzzle pieces. It's not an exhaustive list, but various puzzle pieces within it. But clearly, for this to be part of the vision, it must be adequately financed. I am reminded of the saying that a vision without financing is nothing but a hallucination. And this is the issue that we have moving forward. Therefore, our recommendation is to direct the city manager to develop a 10-year vision and strategy document that will be used to guide further future decision-making and support policy development for the city of St. John. Although we can claim success on our financial policies and our other plans, it is important to keep those plans up to date. And therefore, the second recommendation is to update the policy documents on a regular basis. And also recognizing that there is a municipal election sometime in our future, direct the city manager and the staff to start taking a look at what next council's 4-year priorities ought to be. I would wish these recommendations to be moved by council, should it be the will of council.
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. Moved and seconded by Councillor Hickey. Thank you. Comments, questions? I don't see any. Folks are getting tired, maybe. I just have a couple quick comments. Thank you, City Manager. I like the recommendations. I just had a couple of quick ones. First of all, I just would ask you and your team, you're new, so how will it be different? You know, there have been some vision documents in the past, and I know there's a lot of action that's happening here in the organization. Very proud of the work that's been done, obviously supported by staff over the last 4 years. How will it be different in terms of a document that will be implemented? And people remind me all the time, before my time as well, city manager, about all the previous vision documents and strategy documents. It's just a comment. And I know you're going to talk to us in a moment here about management structure, but how will it have embedded balanced scorecards and management structure and productivity and all of those pieces within. Just to register with you, I'm very, very supportive of having long-term goals, plans, tying all of the divisions, if you will, or all the various entities together with long-term plans, objectives, and measurement of progress against that 10-year plan. So I'm extremely supportive with the right fundamentals in place. So thank you for bringing this one forward. Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of the recommendation, please show me a hand. Okay, thank you. And anyone contrary minded? Not seeing or hearing anybody. Thank you. Next, over to you. Back to you, sorry, City Manager.
Turning to the new organizational structure that's been developed. We talked about this at the last meeting, just by way of reminder. Our new organizational structure, although its primary purpose was efficiency, in other words, cut positions, we did want to take advantage to try to improve our effectiveness where possible. And this is a bit of a shopping list of the things that the new structure achieves in that regard. Of note, and important to recognize, there are two things on here where we do not yet have the necessary approvals to move forward. One is the entire notion of sharing services with St. John Police, and the second is the transfer of the transit and parking that I'll be speaking about later on in this presentation. The new structure in terms of reductions, you see the details here. 5.5 manager positions will disappear in the structure. And I say up to 9 full-time equivalents within Local 18. The number is actually 8 at this time, but clearly these numbers will now have to be revisited with the additional direction that was just provided by council on finding another $1 million. The new structure looks like this. It was explained at the last meeting. I don't intend to go back through it again this evening. I draw your attention to the purple. which, in addition to recognizing Common Council, recognizes our proposed 4 committees of council, including 2 new ones, public safety, and then a committee that looks not only at transit, but on all aspects of active transportation. Therefore, our recommendation in terms of the structural review is that council approve in principle the enhanced council committee structure and direct the city manager to develop the terms of reference for that committee structure.
I'll move that recommendation.
Thank you. Moved by the deputy, and I can't see the screen, so seconded by Councillor McKenzie. Thank you. Comments, questions? First, sorry, we'll deal with this motion. We'll have a procedural motion next. So for me, city manager, just very quickly, a couple of, Councillor Strobers, go ahead.
Thank you. So are we essentially moving to a committee form of government with all of these new committees? City manager?
Councillor, I understand your question, but I'm not quite sure that there's a clear-cut definition of what a committee form of government, municipal government is. What we are committed to with the recommendation is to develop terms of reference for these 4 committees and bring them back to council in terms of their exact roles and responsibilities. And within that, we need to embed whether or not everything that's decided upon at the committee level still goes to council, et cetera, et cetera. All of that needs to be looked at and detailed to council for their review and endorsement.
Okay. Well, I'm okay with that direction myself. Before your time, this was debated once at council. I think it was last term, perhaps, and we didn't go down that path. But I think seeing, how I feel things are much better with finance committee as well as growth committee making recommendations to the bigger group. I'm looking forward to it. I think it will be a positive, and I think it'll make things move faster as well. So I'm okay with that if that is the direction that we ended up at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, city manager, just want to register a couple of comments in sort of support of your structure and not at all criticism of the very small team, but there's a couple of areas. One is specific, I guess, my comments, city manager and to colleagues, is around enhanced resources around strategic communications and engagement with citizens. It's a complex world. Communications is complex. We deal in a lot of complex information. I think you said it yourself earlier tonight, city manager, you can, and I scratch my head, I think, the beaver going across the bridge in the wrong direction, going west to east instead of east to west, got 1,000 interactions, and a very important discussion about the future of our city gets a 10. So I guess for you to continue to think about, and you and I certainly have discussed the city manager, I'd like to see us have enhanced resources, which means money, around engagement with citizens, which is complex, in building trust and enhancing that, communications piece, and I'd love you just to make a few comments, and are we giving you the latitude tonight, city manager, to figure that piece out and come back with a recommendation, I hope, in the near future?
Your worship, I guess the best way I can answer that observation is by speaking a little bit more globally. This structure is not ideal, not by any stretch of the imagination. There are areas where we are light and do not have enough capacity. I need to remind council that we already have managers at various levels, and it's mainly senior managers who are working till all hours of the evening, not 5 days a week, but more than that. So this is not an ideal structure. Would I like more in comms? Absolutely. I'd like more in a couple other places as well where we have identified deficiencies. But to your point, of all the areas where I'd like to see additional capacity is probably in strategic communications. I simply can't afford it. And I'm sorry to revisit it, but the additional $1 million tonight is not going to make that problem any easier.
Okay, thank you. So I think that anyway, it'll be a quest that we need to continue to work on. And as I've said in the past, how do we give you more management flexibility in the $90 million payroll, which will be smaller, so that we have the right people in the right places in the organization moving forward. So, and then just lastly, as we continue to move forward, role, responsibilities, objective, balance, scorecards for your teams, so that we're measuring our progress. But I like the changes, and thank you for all the work that you and your team have put into this change. Okay, so the recommendation is on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor, please show a hand. Okay, and anyone contrary-minded? Not hearing anyone. Okay, thank you. I need a motion to suspend our procedural bylaw to past 10 o'clock, moved by Mr. Reardon, seconded by the deputy mayor. Thank you. The question, all those in favor? Okay, no contrary-minded? Thank you, Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Murphy. Back to you, City Manager.
Turning to something that has been referenced several times this evening already, the Ernst & Young operational audit. There's some general comments here that, again, were reviewed during the information brief 2 weeks ago. I do not believe they need to be reviewed in detail tonight. The Ernst & Young report, from my perspective, and understand that the staff were intimately involved in the report from the beginning through to the end. From my perspective, the Ernst & Young report does a couple of things for us. First of all, it reaffirms very clearly a number of areas we are on the right track, and there are many of the initiatives that we have spoken about this evening. Because, as my second point, it does identify some short-term or some fairly quick adjustments that can be made in terms of our structure. We've talked about one tonight, in water. Rest assured that those are going to be part of the plan in the short term. It also does, however, recognize that the foundational changes that are necessary, although it needs to start now, will take time before they're materialized. Not because we're dragging our feet, but simply because the issues are very complex. And also, most of the issues will require the involvement of others. And finally, we do recognize, and I've already brought this point up, that some of the recommendations require further exploration. For example, potential reductions in the size of the fire department need a more in-depth dive. But the bottom line is that they have identified significant opportunities, some of which are shown on the next two slides. First of all, in terms of enablers, things that don't necessarily relate to a direct cost savings or increased revenue, but they do contribute overall. And you see them here, and again, in the interest of time, I do not propose to go through them, but there is no doubt that there is work that can be done on the enablers. They do then also identify opportunities. They strongly recommend that we focus on the bigger ticket items rather than a number of small items. They talk about debt reduction by divesting ourselves of assets, but of course, there needs to be a market demand for that asset. They talk about cost optimization. Some of them are shown here, but of course, these require time, changes to collective agreements, etc. And they talk about revenue generation, which we have spoken about in some length because of St. John Energy, but they do speak more broadly than that. Of note, on St. John Energy, their recommendations are more broad than just enabling the growth agenda. They do speak about increasing the power rates to match those of NB Power. I mentioned that last point and my previous caveats to say that although we are fully supportive of the Ernst & Young report, there is more work to be done before every recommendation within the report is accepted. Therefore, our recommendations with regards to the operational audit are as follows. First of all, we are suggesting that Common Council endorse the operational audit. It is a quality product and gives us much to reflect on and much to act on. Because most of the short-term items are already being looked at, the issue is the bigger, larger ticket, longer lead time items, and therefore we are recommending that you direct the city manager to develop a 5-year implementation plan based on those recommendations and return to council with that implementation plan for council's approval.
Okay, thank you. Mover, please. Councillor Hickey, thank you. Seconder. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, thank you. Okay, comments, questions? Councillor Merrithew first, please. And I see you, Councillor Casey. Councillor Merrithew.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, I'm in full support of the plan. But it seems we've got barriers for our 21 and 22 budgets, and that's 2 years away. But city manager, you want to take 5 years to implement this thing. Comment on that, please. I just don't think it's fast enough. I just need a comment from you, please.
Your Worship, to the councillor, we want to develop a 5-year plan. We are not saying that the items will be actioned 5 years out. Some actions will be required in the latter years. Within the implementation plan, there will be many actions that are done quicker than that. We just need some time to explore all of their recommendations, figure out capacity, figure out which ones we prioritize first, etc. But if I misled, I apologize. I'm not saying that we implement in 5 years. We develop a 5-year plan with implementation in all 5 of those years.
Thank you, City Manager. And I guess, and in addition to that, you know, we have the long-term financial plan. We have all of those other pieces that will all fit together. So is that a fair statement, City Manager?
It is. And again, not to sound our own horn, but the Ernst & Young report does recognize the tremendous amount of work that has gone on so far in terms of addressing our sustainability challenges.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on the question then, on the recommendation, all those in favor? Thank you. Anyone contrary minded? Sorry, hold on. I don't know if I'm allowed to retract. Councillor Casey, did you had wanted to make a comment? Did I miss you? Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Councillor, I apologize. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that this stuff's, the final decision's all coming back to us, right? For final decision, you're not just going to sell off 19 buildings and
no.
You know,
no.
Like this stuff's gonna.
All of the stuff that normally has to go to council for decision absolutely still goes to council for decision.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I apologize for missing you there, Councillor. I'll just start over. I apologize. So on the recommendation that's on the floor, all those in favor, please show a hand. Thank you. And anyone contrary minded? Okay, Councillor Reardon is contrary minded. Okay, thank you. Motion's carried. Next item. Or sorry, next item. Back to you, City Manager.
Turning to the review of all agencies, boards, and commissions, we spoke about regional facilities before. I mentioned that we are still on track, and I still have an aspirational target of achieving about $1.2 million, if you will, about 50%, and trying to find an operating model whereby we protect what the regional facilities have to offer, but we do it in a different fashion whereby it costs us half as much. I think clearly this timeline will not occur for the 1st of January, and it is difficult for us at this time to predict the timeline because of the COVID-19 possible impacts, some of which were mentioned this evening. But for example, if we're going to try to court someone to come in and long-term lease one of these facilities, they do have cause to pause and reflect at this point in time. So this may take us a bit more time than initially hoped. With that, however, the recommendation remains to endorse the city manager's efforts to significantly reduce payments to the regional facilities, through the exploration of alternative business models and the identification and implementation of other efficiencies.
Okay, thank you. We have a mover.
Moved.
Thank you. I think that was you, Deputy. Second, Councillor Reardon. Thank you. Okay, on the question, any comments, questions?
Can I ask a quick
Okay,
question?
Councillor Armstrong. Yep, thank you. Councillor Reardon, start us off and yep, go ahead. Councillor Reardon, go ahead.
I just have a
Can't hear you,
quick question, actually. Uh-oh, I'm not on mute. Can you hear
No, I
me?
can hear you. You're freezing up a bit. Yep, go ahead.
Okay.
No, we can't hear you now, Councillor.
I don't want to vote because I think the last vote registered me as a negative, I think, but I'm on a delay or I'm freezing. Something's happening here. So I can't vote. I'm for this motion. I was not a negative on the last vote. I'm reading your lips right now.
Okay, so the city's common clerk, I'm not sure how we deal with that, but I registered by mistake through delay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah. This is one that, another one of those hard decisions, but we must absolutely look at it to get credibility. These regional facilities, we spend millions of dollars on. And they have to be looked at in these times of crisis. The money we need to absolutely be looked at being closed. We bear the brunt. St. John, New Brunswick bears the brunt. The regional facilities, that's what it is. But we don't have all the control, but we pay all the bills. So I say we have to seriously look at closing some of these facilities, and the deputy mayor brought it up earlier. But in these times of crisis, when people are out of work, these facilities are then a luxury. And I know it's hard and quality of life and all that. Well, I'll tell you, the quality of life is having a job. That brings you quality of life. Everything else is secondary. So we definitely have to look at closing some of these facilities. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Just a point of clarity, I mean, we pay a lot of the bill, but we don't pay all the bill. I just want to be careful that we're not misleading anybody out there, but we'll get to that. Councillor, Deputy Mayor, excuse me.
Your Worship, thank you. Just a quick question. Like, there is a Regional Facilities Commission. So if decisions, what role do they play in this? What if the Regional Facilities Commission, of course, that hasn't been meeting because of COVID-19, but what if they decide to make a decision? You know, like that has to come into play. You know, how I just want to ask the city manager, the commission still has the opportunity to make decisions. So, I mean, they might decide at some point in time, well, where all of us are not going to support something with one of the facilities. So we would have to, that would have to be brought to us. So that, how are you working with the Regional Facilities Commission? Because actually we've not had a meeting with the city manager at all.
Your Worship, through you to the Deputy Mayor. First of all, right now, we are working closely with the commissions that have been assigned for each of the regional facilities. So Harbor Station Commission, the Canada Games Aquatic Center Commission, because they are the ones who are responsible for the operational execution, budgeting, etc., of their facilities. Eventually, once we have come up with a new plan forward, then yes, the Regional Facilities Commission will need to be engaged. The Regional Facilities Commission right now, as I understand the act, is really the body that approves the budget, but that's really where their responsibilities end. But they will need to be engaged. Quite frankly, we just have nothing to tell them at this point in time.
And I appreciate that. I just want to mention, though, I think the Regional Facilities Commission, they have the, I guess, the decision, if they decide they do not want to fund a budget of any one of the facilities, and they have the opportunity to write to the minister in the act, I believe, and say, look, we're not going to do that. we don't want to do that anymore, and we don't think that facility justifies our funding. So I'm just bringing that up because I think that the Regional Facilities Commission has that authority through the act, and that could happen in due course.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. Sorry, Councillor Armstrong, quick follow-up.
Yeah, I just want to say that, don't forget, St. John still writes the check. And council controls how much money we give. So if they want to operate without our money, so be it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Manager, look, thank you for this. It's a great example of heavy lifting that you and your team are doing that benefits the entire region. So thank you for the quest to see the art of the possible here. And, you know, there'll be many more conversations, I'm sure, in the future as we work through this, but thank you. Okay, on this question then, this recommendation, Councillor Reardon, I'll wait to see if you could, all those in favor, please show me a hand. Okay, thank you. And anyone contrary minded? Okay, thank you. I got you with the positive, Councillor Reardon, you're in. So that's a unanimous vote. Common Clerk, back to you, City Manager.
The transit review has been briefed in the past. Again, I do not intend to review it today, but by way of reminder, on the right-hand side of this slide, you see not an exhaustive list, but many of the things that the transit review has been mandated to take a look at. Initially, within the transit review, we had an aspirational target of trying to find up to 2 million. Based on our analysis, post-screening and post the comments received from Common Council, we reduced that requirement to cost avoid 750,000, but then another 250,000 is on the standby list. In addition to the transit review, and this report was offered to Council and explained last week or last time we met, we are recommending the transfer of transit to the city, thereby removing the Transit Commission. We believe by doing so, we will achieve some efficiencies between the functions of transit and the remainder of city services. And we will also be able to enhance effectiveness since the transit organization can leverage some of the capabilities that exist within the city, such as legal, communications, etc. The Transit Commission has been briefed in detail on our proposal and in fact saw the staff report that we provided to Council. They are supportive in principle. One of the major considerations that we have spoken about is the issue of pensions and the city not wishing to achieve or to retain additional liabilities that are inappropriate. From that as background, our recommendations are possible. First of all, that are as follows. First of all, continue to support the ongoing transit review with the identified goals and objectives that I just showed you on the slide. Secondly, support in principle only. Understanding we will be coming back to Council. The closure of the transfer of the Transit Commission and the transfer of the transit function to City Hall, including all personnel, vehicles, and equipment. This support in principle is conditional on satisfactory resolution of outstanding issues, included but not limited to the pension considerations and the necessary legislative and bylaw changes. And specifically, this next recommendation is the request that would go to the province for those necessary changes in legislation. I will not read it, but it's, in essence, it says, give us permission to shut down the Transit Commission if Council so decides in the future. And also, let's tidy up so that we are sure that everybody is appropriately looked after in terms of pension arrangements. Looking for a mover and support of Council.
Okay, thank you. Moved by the deputy, and I can't see the screen. Seconded by. Sorry.
Getting there, Your Worship. There we go.
Moved by the deputy, seconded by Councillor Casey. Thank you. And okay, thank you, Councillor Merritt. You go ahead.
Can the just 1 second? I wanted the slide back up, but perhaps that's not possible.
Okay, can I maybe? Okay, there you go, Councillor. It's back up.
Thank you. Thank you kindly, City Manager. I'm still very, very concerned about this pension aspect of this. There is absolutely no way that council should allow any more people into that pension. Defined benefit pension is just a Cadillac pension these days, and you can have many stories out there where industry has gone to the wall to stop these in the private sector. It just can't happen. All right. And I'm not going to support this whole thing because I'm just not sure that we are tough enough on that Group R RSP not going to a defined benefit pension. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So city manager, I guess, yeah. Just heard the chair of our finance.
Your worship.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So first of all, just a point of clarity, we have a shared risk pension plan, and I know the chair of the finance committee recognizes that, but he did mention defined pension plan.
It is a defined benefit plan. Sorry, a defined benefit plan.
I think the main point that I'd like to mention this evening is that this is simply approval in principle with the very clear recommendation that we need to come back to council with a clear explanation and get council support that we have in fact addressed to your satisfaction concerns such as pension, legislative change, etc. This is not a done deed, but we are asking for your support to continue to move this project forward at this point in time.
Thank you. And so city manager, another way to sum it up is subject to final approval of council.
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, not seeing any. I'll call the question on this recommendation. All those in favor, please show a hand. Okay, thank you. Anyone contrary minded? Not seeing or hearing anyone. Thank you. Over to you, city manager.
Next is the economic development framework. You have been briefed several occasions on the notion of a regional economic development framework. Although I think it's fair to characterize that there's support in general for the idea, there are two friction points. One is cost sharing and one is governance. Today, I'm going to focus simply on the cost sharing friction point. Clearly, if we had a regional cost sharing model in place, we would not even be having this discussion. The regional cost sharing would cover regional economic development. In the absence of that, the only way to move forward with a regional economic development framework and not have St. John pay the entire bill for that regional framework would be to actually have it funded separately as a regional effort with everybody contributing. Therefore, for tonight, since we still do not know whether or not we have regional support for the funding of a regional framework, we simply are recommending that you direct the city manager to continue the efforts to try to achieve a regional economic development framework. Put in the most simplistic of terms, keep going, keep exploring, but no decision has been made by this council as to whether or not this will work for the city of St. John in the future. Second recommendation, and it is an important one, we are running out of time for the 1st of January 2021, and this council has already expressed in the past how it does not wish to continue with the current economic development framework. Therefore, we, as a second recommendation, we are saying that if the regional economic development framework is not supported by the region by mid-June of this year, direct the city manager to develop an alternative option internal to the city of St. John that addresses the key gaps and challenges identified within our current framework. Plan to address these gaps and challenges would need to be in place for the 1st of January 2021.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a, first of all, do I have a mover for the recommendation? I'm not sure if you're moving, Councillor Armstrong.
I'll move it and then speak.
You're muted, sorry. You're muted, sir.
I'll move it.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
I should be
mover and seconded by the deputy. Thank you. And yeah, you're fine now, Councillor. Go ahead, Councillor Armstrong.
This is one I never agreed with. I like the second recommendation, but I don't believe in these economic things. We've gone down this road for 40 years. Everybody talks about regional cooperation, regional cooperation, regional cooperation. But if you listen to our reputation out there, it's time to do it ourselves. And I know I could be on the outline, that's fine. But I'm telling you, when you're successful and you clean up your own messes, people will attract to you naturally. Right now, the outlying areas don't want to be with St. John. And I think they said it in no uncertain terms. So I believe in the option number 2, right off the hop. Quit wasting money, quit wasting time. If we're going to do it and take it serious, we do it ourselves for St. John, New Brunswick. And that's working people in St. John, working businesses owners in St. John or St. John. Don't tell me it can't be done. Because you know why? The Irving Oil started as nothing, and now they're a multinational outfit. McCain's out of Florenceville, became billionaires and the world's biggest French fry producer. So we don't have to look to other people for help. I'm sure we have the talent, the resources, and the capability to grow St. John ourselves, and then people will naturally gravitate toward you. That's my views. Thank you.
Thank you. So folks, just in the debate, I see you, Deputy, just in the debate, we don't have to settle it all tonight. It's coming on 10:20. I'm not trying to limit anybody, but we have a few more slides to go. Deputy Mayor, over to you. You're muted, please, Deputy. There you go.
Thank you, Worship. I just have a quick question. It's been a number of weeks now since we've had a report on where they're going on the Economic Development Agency. And I was wondering, before we go too far in the future, can we have an update? Can we just find out where everybody else is and what they're thinking? And especially if we can have the update long before we have to make the decision to go it alone, so that we have an idea of what everybody else is thinking. I think it would be good to have that update for us.
Your Worship, through you to the Deputy Mayor, I agree. As soon as there is something to update you on, we will schedule it accordingly for a council meeting. Right now, there is no additional update to what you already know on the situation.
So none of the other meetings have taken place that we know of?
That we know of, that's
with
correct.
The other council. Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of comments for me. First of all, I am a supporter. I believe this is the right direction from day one. In fact, I think I had this conversation with former city manager back in 2016. But in this round, I have consistently believed that this approach also had to go with regional equitable cost sharing. And in some few minutes, we're gonna see in a letter that we have not achieved that yet. It still needs to be worked on, and the two are absolutely tied at the hip. So I think we should keep going, city manager, but I think it has to be tied to not just cost sharing and economic development, regional cost sharing, so that we can act as one region working together. If those two things aren't achieved together, my view for tonight at 10:25 at night is that we should pause for a period of time to see if we can come back together and achieve the other. So that'd just be my comments for tonight. Okay, so on the recommendation that's on the floor, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please show a hand. And okay, thank you. And anyone contrary-minded? Thank you. Councillor Armstrong is contrary-minded. Thank you. That motion is carried. Next item, city manager.
St. John Energy. Of course, this slide is now dated with the motion of council earlier this evening that city staff are no longer to consider option number 2, which is the sale of the utility. And therefore, there is option 1 and 3 remaining. Of note, option 3 is the Ernst & Young recommendation for all intent and purpose. There was, of course, and I'm sure there will continue to be significant public feedback on this point. The overriding feedback, as shown on the slide, was to not sell St. John Energy from those who spoke out. But I do feel it is important, and I mentioned it once this evening, so I'll touch on it only quickly, to correct the misperception that somehow the city staff's perspective was that our preferred option was to sell the utility. That has never been the case, and certainly is not the case at this point, as shown in this pop-up bullet that has appeared on the slide. More to the point, even in sustaining St. John, a three-part plan, which is a document co-written by the province and the municipality after well over a year of work. These are exact quotes out of that plan that clearly recognize that our priority as a city, supported by the province, was on enabling the growth agenda. There is certainly some challenges that lie ahead in terms of enabling that growth agenda. The government also recognizes, and again, it's mute at this point, the fact that any decisions on the sale of the utility rest with the city as we own the utility. With that, the recommendations on St. John Energy, even with the motion that was approved this evening, do not change. The first is to receive and file the internal audit and the work completed by Deloitte on St. John Energy that validates the growth agenda and clearly validates it, and that report is in the public domain and also determines the total value of the asset. And secondly, that council support and approve the city's participation in a task force. The city's participation will, as a priority, attempt to enable the growth agenda of St. John Energy and flow the dividend, approximately 50% of the net income, to the city. Outcomes and recommendations to be provided to council at a later date. In short, let's begin through a task force model exploring the options of growing the utility.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy. Are you moving that? You're muted, Deputy, sorry. So you'll move it, Councillor Sullivan will move it. Thank you. And a seconder?
Well, I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, Deputy, I've got you moving it, or Councillor Sullivan moving it. Deputy Mayor seconding, and you wanted to speak, Deputy, but you're cutting in and out a bit.
Well, Your Worship, I want to ask why would we have a task force? Or why do we need one? We have the staff at St. John Energy. They have constantly with the board at St. John Energy and the staff have talked about their growth agenda. They know where they're going and how they're going to get there. So I just need some clarification on why we would have a task force to look at this, and who's going to be on it? When we talked about this a week or so ago, you talked about members of the community, I think, and the thing is, we already have members of the community on the board of directors. That's what it's made up of. So wouldn't that be a conflict? I don't know why we'd have a task force. I guess I'm just asking.
City manager please just clarify who's in the meeting.
So first of all, the purpose of the task force is to help us get this across the finish line. And this is not something that the city and St. John Energy can do by themselves. We need provincial involvement, and what the province does and does not do on this will be influenced by NB Power's opinion and position on all of this. So our recommendation for the task force is that we get very senior people in a room to figure out how to move this forward. The senior people we envision are, first of all, from the city, myself and the CFO, from St. John Energy, the head of their chair, and basically their CEO, and from the province, whoever they deem that would be appropriate representation for the province, and from NB Power. If those four entities cannot come to some sort of understanding, that it will be very difficult to move this forward by ourselves. In fact, it would be impossible for us to move this forward by ourselves. This is an issue where the province must be on board.
But okay, so why would NB Power be involved where they're almost in conflict now with St. John Energy, or it seems to be that way?
Their perspective as to the issue of stranded assets and impacts on NB Power must be understood and somehow mitigated in order for the growth agenda to be supported by the province. So NB Power needs to be at the table to have those discussions. It's not, again, it's not a decision, if I can be clear, this is not a decision-making body. This is a task force to try to enable the growth agenda.
Okay.
It's getting the right folks in the room. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Councillor McKenzie, you had your hand up. You're muted, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. You know, I'm all for, enabling the growth agenda and transferring the dividend to the city. But option 3, adopt NB Power rate and transfer dividend to the city. So really what we're doing is, if that were the option that was recommended, is we would be, I guess, taxing people in St. John 10% more on their power, and then hopefully being able to give that back to the city of St. John. That the way it looks to you?
Not precisely, Councillor. So the argument is that there would be more benefit from lowering the tax rate than to having lower power rates. That's the argument. That, in fact, is a suggestion of Ernst & Young in their operational audit. So again, I caution you that everything that's in the operational audit will not necessarily be supported by this council. But the notion that needs to be explored is the notion of raising the power rates, but having a corresponding reduction in property tax rates and some sort of compensation for those who don't own property. It's a very convoluted, complicated thing, but again, it needs to be looked at in comparison to the easier option, if I could be so bold, as just enable the growth agenda and be done with it.
Right. Okay, well, as long as there's a trade-off there for people who don't own property that pay power bills. That's what I was thinking of.
That is the intent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor, please show a hand. Anyone contrary-minded? Not seeing any tonight. Thank you. Motion's carried. Next item.
Transformational reforms, prong 3. This is the list of transformational reforms. They have all been spoken at length before. This particular slide provides some additional information. The only point I would wish to stress on comprehensive property tax reform, it is not just a question of whether industry pays their fair share. There are all sorts of issues that arguably are just as important, such as the tax distribution, who gets what portion between municipalities and the province, and this entire issue of property value inversion within the city. On regional cost sharing, it is not only the 15 to 18,000 work commuters that enter every day, but also the 33,000 estimate who come in for other activities and those who use our subsidized recreational facilities. And on regionalization of services, you've heard me say this many times, a region of 130,000 people does not necessarily need 3 of everything in terms of fire, police, EMO, waste management, etc. On the other 3, I do not believe I need to mention anything for this evening. We have received a fair amount of public comment on transformational reforms, but it has been focused in 2 areas only. The first is on comprehensive property tax reform, and my words, not words of individuals, but I think it adequately characterizes the replies we got, that quite frankly, it can't come soon enough. And why are we waiting until 2022 to get it done? On regional cost sharing, there is obviously very much mixed views. There is the argument that we heard quite often in the last 2 weeks that the region already contributes to the city. And I'll provide some facts and figures on that in a moment. That the city should solve its own problems. And there seems to be a general lack of understanding on economic development and the importance of growth within the community. So if I can, taking just a few moments, I just want to expose for the public record this issue of the region already contributes to the city. They do contribute. This is the first area where they contribute, and it's on regional facilities. They contribute to operating costs only, not to the capital costs, although there has been legislation introduced, but not passed, by the provincial government that would see them contributing to capital costs in the future. But over the last 10 years, you see the relative contributions of the City of St. John compared to the outlying 3 municipalities. And for the record, the LSDs do not contribute to the regional facilities at this time. There has even been comment that the regional municipalities, the towns, contributed to the field house, which again is true, but I would simply ask the public to note, for the record, the contributions of the City of St. John at $3.3 million compared to the contributions from the outlying towns. And finally, on economic development, it is also true that they contribute there. Their contributions are through their contributions to what is now called Economic Development Greater St. John, or EDGE, the first line on the graph, for a total over the last 10 years of $706,000. Everything else to do with economic development, as shown in the remaining slot highlights parts in yellow, have been contributed by the City of St. John. To summarize that up, first of all, on the question of equitable, there are a number of different measures, but if you base it on population within the CMA, St. John should be contributing 53.5% of the cost to regional functions. If you did it based on tax base, it should be at 55%. Again, these figures include everything in the CMA, which means it includes the LSDs. Based on that 53 or 55%, for regional facilities over the last 10 years, we have contributed 73% of the total cost. You see the towns at 26.8 and the LSDs at 0. For the field house, in terms of municipal contributions, and I would be remiss if I didn't recognize that there were significant private sector contributions and also contributions from the province and the feds. At a municipal level, of all the municipal contributions, we contributed 98.7%, the towns 1.3%, and again, the LSDs did not contribute. And finally, you see the same sort of figures for our economic development agencies, whereby we have contributed approximately 96% of the entire cost over the last 10 years. Economic development clearly affects growth, and the growth rate in St. John has been curtailed over the last 10 years. You see our total growth rate for those 10 years at a total of 18.78%. The point I would make is, despite the fact that we have contributed well over 90% of all economic development costs, the outlying towns' growth rates over that same 10-year period have been higher than that of St. John, despite our contributions over 90%. This slide shows the same data in a different form by year in terms of contributions. The point I would make on this particular slide is when St. John is doing fairly well, so are the outlying municipalities. And when St. John, shown in red on this slide, does not do well, the outlying communities do less well than in the good years. Put another way, as St. John grows, so does the surrounding area. As we contract or as we don't grow as much, the same applies to the outlying area. Again, staying on the theme of regional cost sharing, the Gardner-Pinfold report was quite clear that they believe that there are $12.3 million of incurred costs by the City of St. John, and they did not factor into those costs regional facilities or economic development. We continue to recommend that the city be allowed to recover $8 million of those costs through whatever option the province would choose to implement. We are not recommending one over the other. We have simply suggested some options, since the decision is clearly a provincial decision to make, not the City of St. John. We have further stated that if regional cost sharing were to be put in place, then all other separate funding to economic development, regional facilities, non-resident user fees, differential rates, etc., that are part of this sustainability plan could be removed, since the regional cost sharing would cover it in its entirety. Therefore, our recommendations are, first of all, that we endorse the Gardner Pinfold reports that speak not only about regional costs, but also about the about the recognition of the costs we incur as a heavy industry host. That we continue to vigorously pursue comprehensive property tax reform. And finally, not finally, but the third one on this slide is that we formally request the immediate transfer of the provincially retained heavy industry property tax. And to the Deputy Mayor's point, and we will highlight it later on, the province has not been receptive to this in the past, but although we have requested verbally and through several different forums, we have not formally put the request on paper. And therefore, we are recommending that council support the notion of us providing that formal written request. To continue, since there are a total of 6 recommendations on these transformational reforms, we suggest that the council formally request to the province that they assume a leadership role to find and recover $8 million annually, phased in over 2 years, to compensate for the pressures we incur as a regional hub. And again, it is a formal request that we have not done to this point in time. Further, that council support the notion that if regional cost sharing were to be implemented, and we did receive that $8 million in compensation, that we would commit to the removal of all non-resident user fees and differential rates, requirement for funding to regional facilities, and the requirement to fund economic development. Although we have spent a lot of time speaking on cost sharing and heavy industry, we further suggest that council endorse that we continue to pursue all of the other transformational reforms, such as binding arbitration, revenue generation, etc., as described within our overall sustainability plan. I am hoping to get a mover and approval for these 6 recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Just if you, I know you're
working on it.
Yep, no problem. Sorry. Okay, perfect. Mover, Councillor Sullivan, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Strobridge, thank you very much. And Councillor Reardon, you'd like to speak on this? Okay. No, okay, go ahead. No, Councillor, maybe you have your microwave on. I'm not sure what.
Councillor Reardon, you appear to have a bit of a bandwidth issue in that you're on time delay and lagging. Can I suggest you try to keep your video off and just speak on audio, see if that works for you? Yeah.
Oh, I think she's frozen.
Mr. Evans, Richard, can you try to fix our problem, including having her dial in if necessary, please?
Yeah, just dial in on the phone line. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so maybe we'll just hold for a moment to give the councillor an opportunity. Thank you. I'll just make a comment, City Manager. Thank you for that data. I've been clumping that together myself over the last, couple of years, number of months, just doing rough math on regional facilities, capital, economic development. So thank you for sharing that. It's not meant to poke at anyone, but it is meant to bring facts and figures to the role that the city has been playing, and who's grown at what rate, and all that to say, how do we move forward together as a region? But certainly the city's done a lot of heavy lifting. So thank you to you and your staff for pulling that information together. Councillor Reardon, do we have you back? Okay, so I don't want to hold us too long. It's 10:44 at night, so I think.
Your Worship, if I could suggest, if you hold on the vote, I could just provide the conclusion slides, and then we could come back for this final vote, because that concludes the formal recommendations for this evening.
Oh, hold on. Is that Councillor Reardon? Are you with us? Okay, go to the conclusion, then we'll come back. Yep. Thank you.
Your Worship, members of council, understanding that you have not voted on the final set of 6 recommendations, please allow me to conclude nonetheless. First of all, you saw this slide at the beginning. Again, we believe we have a plan. Well, we now know based on your votes this evening that we do have a plan to address the 10 million. This slide will obviously be adjusted to reflect $6 million in workforce adjustments. And I would simply say
Slides are coming up, but then I might have them for a little bit and then they're gone.
Okay.
Oh, you're back now, Councillor Reardon.
Okay, keep going, City Manager. Come back to you, Councillor Reardon.
I would simply be remiss to say that to go from $5 million in workforce adjustments to $6 million will be difficult, but we will, of course, brief council on that in the future. But with your decisions this evening, we will be able to balance the budgets for 21 and 22, so long as we remain committed to the items that have been approved this evening. We have also, based on your recommendations and approval, we will be able to achieve these two figures in the longer term. Exactly how long has yet to be determined, depending on the outcomes of various things that I spoke about this evening. What is very much unclear, including an email that was written in reply to our overall plan by Minister Carr this morning, and is going to be made available to the public after this council session this evening. And we do apologize, but like we said, we only received it this morning. But in the minister's email reply, he does not at all guarantee any of these two items. And in fact,
Councillor Reardon, maybe you could mute for a second. Thank you. Go ahead, City Manager.
and in fact, he makes it quite clear that the province is not going to consider heavy industrial tax transfer until they do comprehensive tax reform.
I'll look it up.
On regional cost sharing. He basically says that to paraphrase, the city must do its heavy lifting before the province will re-engage on regional cost sharing. And again, I am paraphrasing, but the email is a matter of public record at this point in time. It does not change our recommendations that have been approved by council in terms of providing the formal requests. We've spoken at length on the future of St. John Energy. And again, we have to develop the overall implementation plan for the EY audit, although fully endorsed by council. That does not necessarily mean that every recommendation within the audit report will be implemented. But with that, we are beginning the path for the 15 to 20, but the provincial portions of that are very much uncertain at this point in time. Overall, we do believe the plan provides a foundation for moving forward. We do believe that the transformational reforms must occur in order to have that investment and growth in the quality of life in the community. And there is opportunity for alignment that would allow the entire region to be better aligned, grow, and prosper if we can work through some of the issues such as regional economic development. We also believe that the validation by third parties, not by us, on our fiscal management and approach to continuous improvement and recognizing the power of that with the recommendation to continue to explore other opportunities in order for the community to strive. These recommendations you have seen before, they have not changed. We can, and now after your vote this evening, we will be able to resolve the $10 million challenge. We have not yet solved our long-term structural deficit or addressed our financial future. We do have a plan, but we need those comprehensive, or we need those transformational reforms. Bottom line is, we've done our job, I believe, and I respectfully suggest that we will continue to work hard on this, but others, the region and the province, are asked to take on the necessary roles in order to assure the regional sustainability in the future. Your worship, members of council, I understand we still have to do the vote on these 6 initiatives or 6 recommendations, but subject to that, that concludes my very long briefing for this evening.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Reardon, I think if you're back on, you had a comment or two.
I'm on your phone.
Perfect.
I can
Okay.
hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, Councillor. We went by the recommendations and summarized, and we're back at the recommendations. We thought you had some comments, perhaps.
No, I'm fine, I think.
Okay.
When I was speaking, what I was trying to say was I thought the comments what I was going to comment on was that the information is fantastic to have. It's great to be able to actually respond to a lot of the misinformation that we're getting. So it's great to also disseminate this information out into the public as well. So I'm very, very happy to have it. It's very much needed, and it's just great information. So I really appreciate staff's all the work that staff would have to put into get these graphs for us, get these numbers, get this whole thing all put together for us. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else before you pass out from exhaustion? Okay, great. So on the recommendations that are on the table, I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Anyone contrary minded? Not seeing or hearing anyone. That's a unanimous vote. Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you very much. We've got, okay, sorry. I thought we were moving right to the letters. So, folks, I don't know what's urgent left here tonight. It's 10:51. I don't believe we can go past 11 from my memory. So I guess I've got a city manager. I'm going to lean on you for a moment. Is there anything here that's urgent? Can we table the rest with the exception, I guess, of just a quick conversation about the letter that we've been referencing all night? Because I think the plan is for it to be on the city website. So could we address that issue, table the rest, and deal with it? I don't think anything else is urgent tonight for us. Do you have a comment there, City Manager?
Your Worship, the vehicle for hire bylaw has some timelines associated to that. If we could get general support for it right now, it would be very useful to pass that staff report. All of the letters, including Minister Carr's, are self-explanatory, and I actually don't think we need to discuss any of those letters in detail. And our recommendation for all of them is receive for information in any event.
Okay, so let's push. We'll push through then. Common Clerk, next item.
Your Worship, next item is 12.3. It's the vehicle for hire bylaw changes report.
Move the recommendation.
Your Worship, members of council.
Sorry, City Manager. I have a mover. I missed the seconder. Councillor Sullivan, thank you. Okay. Yep, go ahead.
This particular bylaw is the responsibility of transit, and we do have Mr. Mark Dion ready to answer any questions that are specific. But by way of introduction, just to try to cut to the chase, we are trying to take a very consistent approach when it comes to addressing business needs with regards to COVID-19. And the approach we're taking is that we're not looking at direct funding relief. That is the role of the province and the federal government. And there are many programs in place now for that direct funding relief. Rather, we look at what we could offer in terms of assistance for their recovery that is not direct funding. So what you see within the staff report is consistent to what we did with, for example, the request for rents or rent abatement, that we went, in fact, in with an approach of deferrals instead. That's the essence of the report. There is also recommendations in there about a change in technology that are, again, speak for themselves. And with that as an introduction, happy for myself, more importantly, Mr. Mark Dion, to take any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKenzie, go ahead. You're muted, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm fine with all of these recommendations except for the first one. It says a 7-year age limit of a taxi. I'd like to have that changed to 8, and there's a lot of reasons why, but we don't have time tonight. It would be a term thing. We can go back and change it at any time. But I think if we had that 8-year limit on temporarily, it would do a lot for the industry. And I'll leave
sorry, Councillor, to be clear, it is endorse an exemption to the 7-year limit to bring it to 8. So that's what the recommendation is. Yes, for this coming year, that any vehicle that is currently 7 years old can continue in the fleet for this coming year.
What about people that had backed out of the business because of COVID and they have a 2012? Can they go back in with that? That's why I'm suggesting that we just have global 8 years for now and then go back to it later.
Our recommendation is those that are in the fleet right now that are 7 years old. So long as they were in the fleet sometime during this current year, then they would receive the exemption for next year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Dion, I'm not sure what.
I support that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong, comment?
Well, I wanted to make a motion to change it to 8 years permanently. So in next year, it has to be a 213 vehicle. So we make it 8 years permanent.
So
then it just moves forward with each year. So next year is 21, so then it has to be a 2013.
We've not done the analysis on that at all in terms of safety implications or anything else.
Well, Fredericton is 10 years for an Uber. Moncton is 8 years. So we're not setting the bar low high here. It's 8 years. That's only one more year. That's not a big ask.
So Councillor, we've got a motion on the floor with an existing bylaw. So we'll have to see where that goes first. And okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you. So
I want to amend the motion. That's what I said.
Okay.
To make it 8 years permanent.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Norton, did you want to jump in before we try to see where we go here?
I procedurally, thank you, Your Worship. Procedurally, there was a motion on the floor, so I was just seeing if the mover and the seconder were gonna adopt what Councillor Armstrong has already said.
Okay, so to be clear here, what's being proposed is a permanent change to the bylaw from 7 to 8 years.
Correct.
And I think Councillor Sullivan, you moved it initially, and I think it was Councillor McKenzie seconded, I believe. But City Common Clerk, can you help me with the mover and seconder?
Your Worship, I had Councillor Strobridge and Councillor Reardon, but in terms of the proposed amendment, that if Councillor Armstrong has a seconder, that his proposed amendment can be voted on.
It supersedes the recommendation, is what you're saying?
The vote on the amendment would, unless, and also another alternative is to request that the mover and seconder consider a friendly amendment. But if that's not the case, then if Councillor Armstrong has a seconder, his amendment would be voted on its own.
Okay, thank you. City Solicitor, City Manager.
Your Worship, if I can, doing motions on the fly without the thoughtful analysis is already problematic. I'm not saying Councillor Armstrong hasn't thought it through, but I'm not sure everybody else has. The motion in the staff report would buy us some time. It allows them to be at 8 years for the coming year, and I'm quite happy to take away and further analyze and provide informed advice back to council on the notion of making it permanent while we buy some time for this current year, that any vehicle that is 7 years can go to 8.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so procedurally then, if you're making an amending motion, Councillor Armstrong?
I need a seconder.
Yeah, so you're...
Well, I'll second it.
Okay, so we're clear. Councillor Armstrong, just maybe repeat your motion, please, Councillor.
I move that we, in the endorsement, we move from 7 to 8 years permanently.
Can I ask a question there? What's that do to my motion that I seconded?
Yeah,
so... Is it still on?
No.
Are we voting on that one first?
No.
And then
Your Worship,
hold on.
Amendments are always voted on first, and then we would vote on the motion as amended if the amendment passes. If the amendment fails, it goes back to the original motion.
Right. So everybody's clear?
Your Worship.
The amendment is a permanent change to the bylaw. Go ahead, Mr. Dion.
If I may just interrupt there and share information for all of council. The part of this bylaw requires that we come back to council every year. So to the city manager's point, I think it would be good to make a temporary adjustment now And in October of this year, it'd be reevaluated, and we could look at the 8-year term at that point in time for a permanent change.
I like that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so everyone's clear. We've got the motions on the floor from Councillor Armstrong, seconded by the deputy, the amendment. So I'm going to call that question first. All those in favor, please show me a hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And those opposed?
I'm negative on that.
Okay, so Councillor Reardon, Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Merrithew, Councillor Hickey, and Councillor Casey. So is that that's a split vote then, 5 and 5? Okay, and I'm going to vote against that that amendment. Okay, thank you. And then so now we're back to the original motion.
Correct.
That's on the floor, and I think again I've lost track of who had put that on the floor, but that's where we are, Common Clerk.
That's correct. My notes show Councillor Strobridge.
Sorry, can't hear you.
Oh. My notes show Councillor Strobridge and Councillor Reardon.
Okay. All right. So that's the recommendation that's in the kit with some commentary on how we could deal with the other components. Okay. Thank you. I'll call that question then. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone contrary minded? Okay. Thank you. The motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Common Clerk, do I have that at 11 o'clock we turn into pumpkins or do we keep going?
That's correct, Your Worship. The meeting is supposed
Sorry,
to
can't
end. Oh, you can't hear?
Okay.
The meeting's supposed
I
to end
can
at
now.
11.
Sorry.
Okay.
So we've timed out.
Yeah. Motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. So everything else will be tabled automatically, or do we need a tabling motion?
All the
Okay, so
items
just table
that,
the other items on.
I'll move we table the other items, but I think the next council meeting is 3 weeks from now.
Okay, I don't think there's anything urgent in that. So we've got a tabling motion. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. All those in favor? Anybody
Aye.
contrary minded? Okay, thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Move.
Second, thank you. Look, thank you. Massive amount of work, City Manager. Thank you to you and your staff for all of that work tonight. So thank you very much, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.
Night.